The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Action.
Yo, yo, yo. Looks like Gabba TV's having a problem. That's why I only use Portable Brave and Portable Chrome. On my system, I think I only use that because I got sick of the... Well, maybe I use... actually, one of them might be the regular Chrome. I use a regular clone for my normal Windows, and I use my Portable Brave for everything else. So that live stream, Portable Brave doesn't update and screw up everything, right? So I've always got one that's works for the streams, and I have another one for testing, and I have Firefox, I have Edge, I have everything. Because you do need them all, and if one goes wrong, it's easy, if it's portable, to restore it from backups. I'm not sure if you heard that at all, Gabba, but that's what you have to do if you're streaming. Because it's always going to screw up, especially with Google. Especially if it does a update and it locks you into something. Yeah, unfortunately I can't help you, because now I've gone live. It's the sort of thing you had to check before on Discord. But I think there is a link to the Portable Brave. Make sure you get the latest one, because that has the newest security for making chat work on the web API. Yeah, it looks like we're up and running. There's always problems with Windows. That's why you always have to have a plan B and a plan C. Yeah, you best install the portable one, dude. You never go back. You never go back once you know how to do it properly and get around the problems. All you have to do is type in Brave Portable, and of course Brave Portable is way faster too. It's way cut down. Hasn't got the spyware added. The only thing is turn off the shield. That's like an ad blocker. A lot of time the shield might cause a problem with scripts. So I disable it for certain things, like JWST, I disable it. So you just type in Brave Portable Apps, and should be at the top here, called debunked+18Wheels. Go there and simply download and install it anywhere you want to, USB stick even. You won't need to upgrade because you're installing it fresh. And you just say download there. It should only take a few seconds. That's the latest version, I think. Windows 64, install it. You can install it on multiple drives as well. And you can change the icon. That's what I do. So I got one on A drive, which is my spare partition with SSD. Runs really fast. I got one on C drive for another thing, and another one on external USB drive that runs a bit slower. But yeah. Yeah, Brave is generally what I use most of the time. Oop. Looks like my table's come over a bit. I didn't think that thing would be in the way, but it is. Okay. What's happened here? Alright, this is what we're going to talk about today. Okay. Until I've not heard from 18Wheels, but we'll just carry on as per normal. Whereabouts should it go? Yeah, just go back. So better top up the side comments first. And then we'll catch up. So first of all, I'll be covering Secureteam. He's been posting stuff on his Twitter feed of a new episode that he's going to create using these images, and I'm going to debunk him before he's even made an episode. How about that, guys? Isn't that funny? So yeah, I don't know what other things he's going to put in there, but I can debunk a couple of them anyway. That guy's just hopeless. Wasting his time. I don't know why anybody watches him, really. Not getting anything new. It's just the same recycled garbage that other channels do. Same nonsense, nothing real like we're getting. And he'll never get them because people, the Skywatchers are aware of him now. Unless they're frauds themselves and they want to give it to him to get some clicks and views and subs, right? For him using it. Okay, and of course we've got 18Wheels, UFOs, and interview if we can get him on. Because we ain't done no test with him on his system. I don't know if he's using Windows 10 or mobile apps, but I know Jitsi works on all of them. So we'll see how we go. Blue Chicken, how's it going? Chrome is trash can. Yeah, you best to uninstall and reinstall it if it's screwed up that bad. But yeah, you're going to get the portable Chrome off that site as well. Because they all use Chromium. Same as Edge. I think there's probably even a portable Edge, probably. I haven't even bothered looking, but I just use a normal installed Edge at the moment. Who else we got here? Dan, he had to go swimming, apparently. Okay. And Jitsi, yeah. There was no rush for that though, because I wanted to talk about stuff. But I suppose we can have you on. As long as you don't interrupt me too much, as I lose my way, of course. Whoop, on the wrong window here. Is it working alright? I haven't checked the audio actually. 1, 2, 3. Okay, it looks alright. Clear that. So what was I going to do? Right. Minimize that. Okay, so it'll be on the guest one, not the usual Jitsi. It should come in the same. Not sure if the window's big or not. And we got Mr. G coming up. Here he is. Okay, so why is it not minimized there?
G'day, everybody.
Alright, can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep,
what's happened to you? Why is it not minimizing? Have they changed something again? Alright, now it's behaving. There we go. Alright, so we'll probably have a bit of struggle getting what's it on. Okay, so we'll start with Secureteam. So this is what he's put out. I'm using Edge not logged in because he's blocked me, right? So hopefully we don't get a problem on this one like we did with the other one. But anyway, he still hasn't put out anything new because he normally posts it to his Twitter feed. Oh, open that. Okay, must have pushed a button on the mouse. So he's saying here, September the 13th. When was that? That was at least 4 or 5 days ago, wasn't it? Editing newly finished on Apollo 10 video. So I thought, oh yeah, more pure junk coming. Just passing by Secureteam, UFO Twitter, Moon UFOs, anomalies. So we're going to have a look at this one here. Ooh, oops, they made a mistake. No, they didn't. Okay, so he's put up other ones here too. Many are familiar with the famous lunar footage showing the white UFO flying past. Now he's only put up a snapshot here. I'm not sure if there's a white UFO in that. But that one there has been debunked as possibly a chunk of ice that broke off the side of the lunar vehicle. When they use the engines, the byproduct is water, right? And it clings onto the side of the ship and it forms these ice sheets, you know, like you get on driveways. And if it heats up, it sort of breaks away and flies past, right? Because you've got the compression of the rocket thrust that sort of puts out particles into space, and it hits the side of the ice and flings it off. So yeah, so we have to wait till he brings out his video to re-look at that one, but it's the same old footage. Okay, keep on going. Oh, okay, so we looked at the last one, which was possibly a lead kite, most likely, 99% sure it was. And of course he's put up it saying it's the same as Dr Leirs footage, which is nothing like it. As you can see, it's on the lens extender. You can see this looks like a circular lens with a curved bit inside, mechanical. And that's why it looks so strange, because it was clipped off because the guy was bending his telephoto down. It wasn't the same make, and it was ill-fitting, and he could move it by a few millimeters. And like everybody knows, when you zoom in 100 times, a few millimeters makes a difference in optics, right? So it doesn't line up the lens properly, and so what you do is you get reflection off the edge of the telephoto. And here are 2 clip-in pins, which are meant to be aliens. Now, I got fooled by that footage a long time ago, and I show an overlay of the lens part over the so-called big image of the UFO. I'm not sure if he's got it here or not, but you can go back over that one if you need to. Got so many tabs open here, so you can search for that one if you've not watched it. So unfortunately, the best alien UFO video from Turkey is completely debunked. There was a mixture of probably about 10 different UFO sightings, some being planes. One was faked with a high mass light. Another one was the moon, I think, behind clouds. The other ones were city lights, and a new theory from UFO proof of all people. Actually probably got this one right, as the red lights above the water actually wind farm on the opposite side of the island and Fata Morgana, where they get up in the sky and it look like they're in the sky. But yeah, the alien one was a separate one too, and we can search for it here. Turkey. In fact, there was another Turkey video that came out too, wasn't there? And let's see, which one was it now? So originally, I actually believed these to be aliens because of some South American dude that Dr Leirs got to analyze it. It looked very convincing, but when you got screw heads with little black bits either side of it, and you got really low res on the actual little pinheads, they do look like alien greys, of course. So you could always be skeptical when you analyze like this one here, Mojo's one. Although that one's actually got movement, and if he faked it, I'm not sure how he did it. He would have to do it with remote controlled stuff. The guy's in his 50s, so, and I don't think he knew anything about electronics, so I think it's a legit video. Until someone comes out and says they helped him, more information, of course, which could always happen. But it's been 10 years now, so where is the debunked finally one? Skinny Bob debunked. Is that the one? No. Another Secureteam one. Did I go past it? Debunked finally, it should say. Let's try Dr Leirs. I'm not seeing it. Let's see. No. I must spell his name wrong. Dr Leirs. Dr Leirs. This is an unfortunate name, really. Okay. Should have lots of images of it. There it is. Turkey UFO footage debunked again. I think that's the final one. I'll just check it. It's good to recap things, just to make sure Google hasn't deleted them as well. Okay, so get the lens, so you can see it's got these little bits inside it. Alright, and when you map it inside, it lines up. But anyway, I post it inside. You might want to use the chapters there to line it up properly. Dr Leirs got fooled by it. We all got fooled by it until I learnt a bit more about how you can extend lenses on handy cams. And it will always be on those documentaries on TV, won't it? So I was watching last night 2 episodes from that Craig, what's his name? Craig from Coronation Street, Red Dwarf guy. Anyway, he's got a series out in UK called UFO Conspiracy. So I was watching the last 2 of it in episode 9 and 10. And again, it had stupid Nick Pope on there saying, no one can explain this. Well, unfortunately, Nick Pope, if you followed me, you would see it been explained by me and Mick West and some other people as well. MUFON expert, I think. But anyway, that Puerto Rico one, where they claim it goes into water, which it doesn't. It's simply the flame, the heat is lost when it spins around. It's got a cold side, and it looks like it's gone into water at that point, and then it spins around again, and then finally the cord between the two fire balloons breaks apart, and you see two UFOs, right? They claim it to be UFOs, but it's not. So that Puerto Rico one they had on there, and also that plane contrail one where the UFOs ejected material, 100% plane contrail, but even the South American experts won't accept it, even though Mick West has lined it up perfectly on the 3D image of the flight path. So yeah, it's a lot of idiots in ufology. You know, once someone's debunked something, you got to let it go. Especially when it's 100%. The Puerto Rico one, I spelled the name wrong. Puerto Rico. Let's see if I got it right. Okay, is that the one? Oh yeah, the fire balloon, which is one of these strange ones that looks like a heart shape. They use that Wednesday. Is that the final one? Puerto Rico thermal UAP. Yeah, I did an update to it to repeat it. I think it's on several episodes here. There as well, isn't it? They call it the Agradera Puerto Rico UFO. So that's the old episode back in 142, and then I repeat it here, 380. So I've just put that one up as well, because they're still making TV, and it's sad that Google has suppressed my channel so much that all these TV researchers could easily find my material and watch it. And there's one party. There you go. You can see how big these damn things are. So you can see why the helicopter had some interest in it, thinking it was quite big. But anyway, so we got to always be careful that we're being fooled by people launching this crap in the sky. And of course, eventually it goes out after 15 minutes and crashes into the sea, right? Puerto Rico UFOs. So, if you want to work through the debunk, I'll go through it again. My microphone's moved. Is that better? Sometimes you hear me breathing if it's too close. The nose blocks up. Anyway, we better go on with the new stuff. So, we're about through it. Secureteam. Okay, so that's the old one. Oh yeah, so this one here, let's have a quick look. Oh yeah, so he's picked out a white square, and we've been through the white squares on Google Earth and Google Maps before, haven't we? In NASA images. They don't take a photograph of the moon's surface like they do with a smartphone. It's made up of many, many, many little images tied together, and for some reason there's one image there that's missing. A square image. Oh, why didn't they have circle photographs? Well, actually, they did actually do some circle ones. So yeah, that's what you call missing data, guys. Not a airbrush. If you're going to make it obvious of something being airbrushed out, you would just copy part of the terrain there and just blend it in on Photoshop, right? You wouldn't leave an obvious thing like that. And you can see here, why didn't he focus on this one over here? Oh look, it's got a UFO parked in the crater there. Which is really just a pile of rocks on the edge of the rim of it, right? And And this one here. And that one, yeah, you can see it's got some pile of rocks in the middle, like you get when the water drop goes upwards. It always comes back down and leaves a bit in the middle. Same way happens with molten rock, right? And you can see it just looks like rocks everywhere. Where's all the monoliths? And where's all the parked UFOs? Where's the mining equipment with the mining the moon? You know? It's just absolute nonsense. I think if there was some industry going on there, you'd be seeing lots of it everywhere. You'd even see tracks. Now, where's all the tracks? You know, where's all the tracks from them moving around? The tracks, is that a track there? No, that's where a boulder happened, right? It crashed into the moon there, and then it rolled, heading down to this other crater because it's higher up. Looks like it rolled down to here. And why is it only one line, you see? People say, oh, it's one line, because that's definitely a road. It's not. It's just rocks, people. You know, I want to look at this next one here, which he's going to put up soon. So what I did is, for Twitter, I did a right click and I did a search in Google Images. I did open a new tab like that, and then I right clicked, and not sure if Edge has it or not. I don't see it. Probably haven't added the option there to search Google Images, but that's what I did on the other one. And it turns out it's called, if we go through here, we might have it on the end. No, we can just right click on it and go properties, I think. I still haven't fixed this being super big, and not that it really matters. Settings, is it? No, where's properties of the image? Visible part of the page. This is why I hate Microsoft, because they always change it. They don't stick to the convention. Settings, no properties are the problem. Or view image properties. That just sucks. But anyway, I'll just copy. Oh, here we go. Copy image link. But it hasn't got to view image details like Brave and Chrome have. Web page video. Web select, it says. Web capture. Oh, that's just useless. Copy image, save image as. Okay, reduce. What's this? Open image, no. Hasn't got the options. I'll just bring up the save thing. It should have the name of the file anyway. Let's have a look. No, looks like they renamed it Twitter. Okay, that's a problem. Okay, I'll do it on Google Chrome. Stuff this. Do I need anything else here? No. Back to Google Chrome. Okay, although we're running out of space here. So bring up the image, then right click. Beautiful. Copy image. Well, it normally had to view image details. Why is that missing? Anyway, search Google for images. That didn't work. Search Tin Eye. A lot better. And of course, too many tabs. So that image exists 23 times. Okay. The earliest it showed up was 2014. Cloud-like structure on the moons, right? So UFO sightings daily. Oh no, was that the first one? Oldest, it has to be. So it come from Scott Brando. But it's funny, NASA one is the next one. History.nasa. And you can see here we now got a file name of what it's called. 3993 JPEG. So now we can see what the real name was. We know what NASA called it. So how come that comes before that one? Where's the dates? Where's the date on that one? October 2014. September 2014. So that means that Google must have indexed this NASA image after Scott, what's his name? Scott C. Warren site, right? And you can see here that obviously NASA added it in September sometime. His one got indexed, and then finally NASA got indexed for some reason a month later. And then there's another one here too of NASA. And then Google, of all things. And then Disclosed TV, another UFO conspiracy site. NASA again. And here's the full name. AS. So that's Apollo Space Mission 10. Collection 28. Image 3993. So now we know what image it is. We can then search it. And I have done that already to save some time. Let me know if 18Wheels happens to pop on. And we can talk about his stuff. So what I did is I went to that history.nasa one that you saw me point to. And this is what's on that page here. Talks about all the images taken for the NASA, and for some reason we got some horrible colouring of green, which is very hard to read. And so it's just a matter of just working through all the numbers here, and bingo, there's the file in question. And now we can find out all the details about it. It's actually called Crater 297. And it's given us GPS coordinates. Now I went there on Google Earth, and for some reason, I'm not sure if it's working right or not, but it seemed to be an area that wasn't photographed. Seems to be all out of focus. So I'm not sure if that works right in Google Earth. Someone actually could have a look if they want to. So this is the first reference page to it. So I went for that one of the Crater 297. And then what happens is, I thought, well, surely they rename them as well to proper names. They name it after famous people, right? Okay. So what's really good here, though, is that we can see there's lots of images of this Crater 97. So there's one image, two images, 92. There's another one, 3 images. 4 images, 5 images, and that's just in Apollo 10, right? So we keep going down. It might be just all Apollo 10, right? So did they film that in other missions and get better copies of it? Sure they did. Alright, this is all Apollo 10. images. They did a lot, didn't they? Took a lot of photographs. And it goes on and on and on, right to the end there. They were pretty busy taking photographs. I suppose if they're going to land there, they need to take as many photographs as possible. Space vehicle is launched. They cover everything here. So we'll just go back to 3993. Here it is. And make sure it's the right image. And now we get the proper image. There we go. We get the high definition. You can see how slow it is loading. And there we go. And now we'll probably have a plus thing where we can zoom in. And here we go. Now, how do we move? Some scroll bar, is it? Oh. So, if we have a look at it in detail, what does it look like? Now, it looks to me like either that's lens flare or that's like a alignment dot. It looks like it's right in the center of the image. It looks like it might be some cover on the lens they had. And so that could be what it is. They don't actually say. I tried to find information on it. But to me that looks like a crater there. And looks like they might have been trying to photograph everything they could around the landing site. This crater here and that crater up there. I think that's the one they went for up here. So what we got to do is find other images of that particular location, right, and see if there's a different angle where the light hasn't sort of got overexposed. But you can see he's going to say it's like a lunar base there. And it looks to me like it's just a overexposed pile of bright rocks here with some deep gullies, you know, and also shadows. There's not too much shadows on that because it's really sunlit, isn't it? You can see over here another crater and a mountain ridge here. It's also got some deep valleys here. Another crater here, which is well illuminated as well, and you can see it's on an angle, which means oblique. And you can see here another crater. You can see it's well lit up, but you can see there are dark bits here when it goes into gullies, and this one must be extremely deep here. So yeah, to prove that, I tried to find other images. You can see well how there's no shadows, it's well lit up, but you can see there's other blurry bits here with rocks on the rim here, where again it looks very much like that other one where it's sort of overexposed and blurry, and we can't go any further into quality than that. Okay, I suppose it's opened up too many windows now. Close current tab. So we can actually start looking at the other images here. Crater 297, and there's one by itself. And if we look at the GPS coordinates, we can see here it's pretty much almost the same location, apart from the alignment's correct, going what's that, east, but it's moved further south by another 2 degrees. So let's have a look at that picture and see if we can see the same features and try and suss out what that bright chunk of rocks was. Now I can't see on this one, it's almost identical image. But if I zoom in a normal screen, so I guess it's moved south. East would be that way. So it's moved further down this way. So that bright pile of rocks probably is that there, right? It's moved slightly over and further south. Does that mean it goes upwards, maybe? See, unfortunately we haven't got the other crater over here now to reference it, but I think that's the same pile of rocks there. Where's it gone? There's a crater. Maybe not. Let me just see. Okay, it's not lining up. It could be, you know. Could be the pile of rocks here, and that's the other crater. See if we can notice it. Unfortunately, it looks like it's got more overexposed, right? It looks like there's a deep gully there. Looks like it might be this here, next to that crater, right? But anyway, I thought, well, that's not good enough. What's that down there? You can see it's very similar to the other image where you get really bright bits, gets blurry. Could that be it there, maybe? Right. There's some mounds of rocks here. Looks like some deep gullies here. So I'm not too sure how to interpret those GPS coordinates properly, but I thought, no, we won't. We're not seeing any bases there, is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing rocks and craters on that one. And it's not far away from the other picture. So I'm just going to close that one. So what I did is I did another search for Crater 297. And I found, of all things, a site called Alami, which is trying to sell copies of it, and it's totally PD, public domain. You can download it straight from NASA without buying, and they're trying to sell it for $14 US. What a scum site that is, personal use. I bet that money doesn't go towards NASA. Does it even say it's public domain here? Look, the image is a public domain image, so why would you want to buy it? Well, you can just simply download it and print it on your printer anyway. 4,400 pixels by 4,600 pixels. 37 times 38 centimeters. That's quite a big image, isn't it? 300 dpi. And it's talking about Apollo 11 this time, and Crater 297. I thought, that's good. More information. Original database. View the moon crater officially named Chaplagan. Must be some foreign name. So now we got a name to go by. So I searched on that name and bingo. Because Crater 97, there's a thing called Wikimedia, which stores all images of that particular crater. And there's all the Apollo missions where they photographed it at different angles, different brightnesses. And you can see they took a few. So we know the front bit tells you what mission it is. AS11 is Apollo 11. Apollo 13, Apollo 16, Apollo 17 even. And there we got the landing site there, I think it was. You can see how bright that is around with all the debris, right? Can't see no moon bases in any of these images, but I thought, can we find that pile of rocks? So I went back up here, and I think there's one image. That looks like it's possible. This one here. So you can see this one's overexposed, and this one there looks just perfect. AES11. Okay, so we know that's the two craters that they took on AS10, and that's the Moonbase in the middle here. See that there? Okay, it's different high quality image. You can see that's a lot better high quality image than the other one. And you can see they got nice pile of rocks here, which is what was on the other one too. And there's the other crater. So there it is. There's your Moonbase, and it looks like it's got the three humps. 1, 2, 3. And you can see it's got a very dark bit. And it looks like it's got a dark bit there. It sort of matches up completely. But it's higher up and on a slightly different angle. But that's debunked. So when Secureteam brings it up, you know it's already debunked. You can see it's just a nice pile of rocks there. But you can see how I researched that. It took me about an hour to do it. You won't get it from him. So I went from there, searched on Crater 97, found a reference here on this site and got a name. And then I searched on the name and found that site there, which has got all the images. Oh, and my alien grey's in the way. And I'll post a link to that. Oh, what's happened? Where's my thing gone? Okay, I'll post a link to that on the side. You can have a look through all the other images and try and prove me wrong if you want. Crater 297. What's it called now? Chaplin or whatever. They should have named it Charlie Chaplin. For the Charlies using it on their forged sites. So that's how you do proper research, guys, and that's how you can eliminate things when you get some newer images. Hey Susan, how's it going? Been a long time. Where'd you disappear to? So what a complete moron if he's going to put that up on a video. But now we've done with it. I think I've proven beyond doubt what it is, and anyone saying it's a UFO passing by or a moon base, they're complete shills. In fact, what was these other ones? Alright. I clicked on it to get the image again. You can see it's that 3 humped rock. But we're looking at a different perspective here. And there's that one crater that we at the top, and there's the other crater down the bottom. What's the next one? Probably the same again, is it? Alright, there's the images, in case I didn't find it, I guess. So there's, they were taking it to lower orbit, and that's what they photographed. There's the top crater, there's the bottom crater. Close that one. Okay, and we're probably zooming through all this very quickly. So we're talking about James Webb Telescope next. So let's see. Susan, she loves me. Oh, what's that one? Where did I get there? That's nice to see. Hey, we got Jasper, is it? Now, I really hate this new highlighter colour. I have to find out how to change that. Life story, trust me, you will not be able to follow it either. Life story? What are you talking about? You can't follow me? I thought I made it fairly easy to understand how I went through the process of taking the original image. Are you talking about your life story or my life story? My life story is complicated. Philip Blair. It looks yellow to me. What looks yellow? Keyword, have you seen? And have I seen what? Nothing can be greater than fallen in a crater. Feel better, countryman. Right here, you got sick, didn't ya? What is it, COVID you got? The highlighted words look yellow. Yeah, they're all yellow. Everybody's at the same level on my channel. This is the add-on. Doesn't use OBS or anything. It's a browser plugin, and using a layer to display it on Minicam. So everybody gets yellow, because I made it stand out always, to make sure it stands out. You know, yellow on black is always good, you see. So I'm just going through the comments here, seeing if anything on there. Tyler, what's that mean? I love Tyler. Well, someone's got to debunk the noise. If it's not me, then it's going to be Scott Brando, which he's finally stopped doing, Tyler. Maybe he's just got sick of doing them. I know the feeling, but we got so many new people joining. Like yesterday, I had someone thank me for my original reversal of Mr. Ken and Dr. What was that? Norton. The first two I found, and then the third one come along later. The Area 51 dude. Yeah, so it just shows you what shill Coast to Coast Radio AM is, because they promoted him. Alright, the Big Bang. Yeah, we're going to go over it now. It's caused a bit of a stir. Can I repeat my last message? So Paul goes to live chat, not top chat. Yeah, I thought I had it set to live. But that includes all the swear words, doesn't it? Not sure. Maybe it's best to leave it on top chat on the capture screen. I think it does. I think it one sense is centered more than the other, isn't it? What's Gabba TV up to? I see he's working on something there in the corner. Is he trying to fix his Chrome still? Are you there, dude?
Hello?
We're still there. You still,
Sorry, my mum just came in and I had to give my cat medicine and stuff.
You had to get what? Medicine?
My cat medicine. Yeah, she's been sick.
Oh, you're fading out. What's happened to your microphone?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, but you're fading out.
Settings.
You're fading in.
Settings. Yeah, what's it doing?
Oh, shit.
How's that? That better?
Yeah, that's
Is that better?
Yeah, you're cutting out.
Yeah, my Logitech system drops the microphone input level by like half, and I locked it. I locked it at a high setting, and it just keeps readjusting. It's driving me up the wall.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we'll just go with Big Bang. They still have to be allowed to be seen. What needs to be seen? NASA images.
The Big
Okay.
Bang or the Bug Bang?
So what did I miss? Paul, have you seen anything on... Is that the one we want? I'm just trying to read it, because that stupid highlighter gets in the way.
Big Bang is just a theory. It's just a theory, and we can't even see how big the universe is. So how do we know how it formed? It's just theories.
Yeah. Well, they based it on other observations, but we'll go over that. Paul, have seen anything on some of the most recent photos from James Webb Telescope? Yeah, we're coming up to that. I haven't actually looked at the latest ones though. That have the scientists. Yep, that's the next thing in the list. So we'll just go through that now. How
Has
long
Wheels
did we
turned
spend?
up?
What's that? No, he hasn't
Has
shown
Wheels
up. I don't
turned
think.
up?
No, he hasn't shown up yet, but that's all right. He said normally 10:30. That's still a couple hours away, right? But yeah, I was hoping that he may come on earlier because that'll push into my dinner time otherwise. Although I'm not
Yeah,
actually.
true, Jasper. True, Jasper. That's how I think. I just
That's
say
all right.
what I
We
think.
we can talk about his videos before he shows up, and then we can interview him, and he can provide more information. Yeah. So this was what came out. The Webb findings uproar. Who owns the Big Bang anyhow? So
Which cigarette, Susie? Dunhill's red.
so this is how silly the Big Bang sounds. A thing that was as big as a grape or something. Singularity expanded instantly in no time at all. No time, on zero time, expanded to the known universe in 13.8 billion years. This instantly expanded, not explosion. Everybody says explosion. Expanded everywhere in an instant from a pinhole.
But they can only see so far. How do they know further out? There's not another 20 universes that have been there for 5 trillion years, but we can't see it, so we just can't measure it and make
Yeah, well, they're
theories about
assuming
it.
that light's infinity, right? It keeps on traveling, but we know that's not true because as it hits dust, it gets absorbed, and if it goes through what they call plasma ions, it bends it even, and without hardly any loss or no loss sometimes, but it can actually still lose energy and redshift it and all that sort of business. So yeah, we'll just go through it anyway. So basically, a Big Bang happened, it started forming atoms, blah blah blah, and then it formed galaxies, planets, and all that sort of stuff. That's what the timeline here is meant to be about. In an instant, time wasn't invented then until we got to this stage here, I suppose. And this is what Hawkins, he based his on Einstein's research, right? Hawkins used everybody else's work and sort of tried to use mathematics to add his own bit into it, right? So you can see here this page just goes on and on and on about the whole debate. All these different experts having their chip in on it.
Susie's a witch expert. She calls it spooky action.
Yeah, so we'll just go through some of it. And then I've got a little video that does it pretty well. So I'll just zoom in here. The Big Bang is a philosophical as well as a scientific presence in many people's minds. It seems clear from the ongoing kerfuffle and vigorous denials that the James Webb Space Telescope findings shook many of them up. Both science writers and scientists sense this. For example, for a long time, for instance, scientists believed the universe's oldest galaxies to be small, slightly chaotic and misshapen systems. What's that word? Mishappened. No, it has to be shapen, isn't it? Misshapen systems, but according to Washington Post, JWST captured imagery that has revealed those galaxies to be shockingly massive, not to mention balanced as well formed, so not misshapen, and finding the challenges and will likely rewrite long-held understanding about the origins of our universe. So that means that model is going to have to be modified by all the eggheads out there to justify why their theory has now got problems with it.
Yeah,
so that's what they do.
They're got to modify everything now.
Oh yeah, they'll put dark matter.
Yeah, they'll change it, and then 2 years later, James Webb will find some other discovery, and they'll have to rewrite that again, and they'll be constantly rewriting and constantly
dark
changing
matter, quantum. Yeah, they always probably have quantum added into it. Quantum dark matter reversal theory or something that explains it or something. The models just don't predict the. An astronomer at the University of California. They're pretty woke there anyway. How do you do this in the universe at such an early time? How do you form so many stars so quickly? So in our galaxy alone, right, we're just one of trillions of galaxies, right? This is how big the universe is. We can't even imagine it. Trillions of galaxies, and each galaxy's got what was that? 100 trillion stars.
You can't even count the stars. They're just best guessing how many.
Yeah, they estimate 100 trillion stars, and they reckon there's 4 times as many planets as there's stars in the galaxy.
Oh my lord!
So they reckon every star has a solar system, right? And might have 1 or 2 or more planets in it, right? They estimate 4. So by the Drake equation, if you plug all that into the formula, they reckon there's about 1,000 civilized planets out there at our level or higher technology out there in our galaxy alone. So 1 trillion galaxies with 1,000 advanced technologies, you can see it could be something like Star Wars. It could be all these different creatures have the same DNA, so they're going to have 2 limbs, 4 limbs, or whatever. They're going to be either similar or very strange looking, and they're probably fighting over resources in the universe, or trying to figure out the universe too as well.
All sorts of creatures made from different substances, creatures made out of gases, of different elements. The list goes on, and they're highly intelligent, like creatures. Their just body makeup is different to us. That's all.
Yeah. Okay, so they got these different people. Why, Brian Kubler-Ross, I suppose that's
going wild.
Is surely correct in his assessment. We shouldn't underestimate the wrench to the establishment. Universe Today reminds us it is started with an article published in Nature when astronomer Alison Kirkpatrick talked about the inconsistencies between observations and theory. So now we're seeing observations. We're not just taking it from radio telescopes. We're actually seeing it optically, which is where the chaos is. So they're saying, maybe there's more dust in between the light getting to us.
Maybe.
And
Maybe.
it's changing the redshift more than they expected. I think that's one of the excuses that's come out now.
Like some of their models are nice. They're nice models. It does explain a few things, but they're still a best guess. It's just a best guess, and then until they get more data, then they have to rewrite all those theories and like best guesses again. And
in my theory,
again.
In my theory, I said it is a sphere, though, because everything in nature always seems to form that sphere shape, right? Seems to be the most conserved solid that works with saving energy, right? And also has the strongest strength. So it makes sense that the planet with gravity is going to form a globe. And it's going to be very strong and robust because it's squeezing all together with gravity all the time. And although they don't know what gravity is, it's like when you get those rare earth magnets, right? If you get your finger in the way, you get a black pinch quite easily off them. But what they do is they dig up the rare earth, and it's all like powder. And then they get nickel plate and they stick a case around it. But what happens is when they slap together, it breaks off the nickel plate, and then they start dripping out the powder of the rare earth stuff, and you end up having to throw those magnets away. So best not to get too thin of a shell ones, and that beats the crap out of the iron magnets. Even though I did use speaker iron magnets on my levitating TR3B model, right, and it's still there hovering. But it's using also just a couple rare earth magnets down the middle of the craft, which is stronger than the speaker magnets, and it pushes against them and lifts up a good inch above the magnets. So it's hovering in air, basically. This goes on and on here. Not sure if there's anything we need to add to what's there. Lerner has offered something rather, a publication as well as a book, arguing that the Big Bang never happened in 1992.
I think religions is the reason why they don't expose aliens' existence. If you have a look at, change forever, and religions don't want that. I think that's one of the reasons. I think that's one of the reasons why they don't want to expose aliens. I think the other is the technologies the aliens have, like free energy and anti-gravity devices. All of that would destroy the oil gas, coal industry, and they don't want to lose their profits. I think that's another huge reason why they won't disclose this information.
Sure, if you have a look at the original priest, I'll post the link to this article anyway. It's quoting things from various papers and people. Big Bang is wrong. I've been saying it for years, though. People just haven't been listening to me, and I've put up alternative theories which sound really plausible from the electric universe. Remember, they've been saying electric universe is pseudoscience. Well, they haven't got the right answer either, but they got. I think there's bits of Big Bang that's correct, and there's big bits of other theories that are correct, and they just have to merge. I think eventually it will happen. They're now saying that the plasma theory of ionized gases around galaxies and stars and all that might actually be true now. So that's what people were saying about space-time too, that we've proved it with the bending light around a star. Well, it turns out the plasma field, ion field, actually bends light as well. And we got two theories that predict the same thing, refraction. Can we see space that's bent? No, we can't, can we? But we can see refraction of light through gases. So we can actually observe that, but we can't actually see space actually being bent because it's in a vacuum. And who's to say it's bent? You know, it's just weird. Why people believe it. And I think Tesla didn't believe in it, that's for sure. Okay, that's a bit better. So, did I post that? I think I did, didn't I? I'll just redo it, I'm not sure now. Why is it copy? So, yeah, so if we have a look at the original Big Bang dude, you'll see he's a priest. And that's where the religion comes into it, right? So let's just bring up Big Bang.
What, a priest originally came up with the Big Bang Theory?
Yep. He's a scientist, but he's also... You can see he's got a collar.
The Vatican are heavily invested into astronomy and all that science. They're really heavily into it.
What's the guy's name? It looks like they might have changed it a wee bit. They keep, you know how they sort of, what is it? Where they keep erasing history? They keep modifying the Wikipedia to remove stuff they don't like in it. And changing the history of the slave trade and all that sort of stuff. Because to keep the woke Californians happy. And Google happy.
But anyone can jump on Wiki and modify something.
Okay, where's the guy's name? They've changed it since I've last been here. Where's his name? What's interesting about the Hubble constant, right? He saw all these galaxies. He plotted all these galaxies on the graph, right? And you can see they're all moving at different speeds. And then he drew a line to say, well, that's the constant speed of... and the things that are outside that line are anomalies. He totally ignored that some galaxies were going faster and some were going slower. Then last year they come out and said, oh, the Hubble constant is actually wrong. After all this time, and it's actually moving, it's actually accelerating. So it's not a constant, right? I think I covered it in probably 6 months ago in another article. Where's the guy's name that invented it? Maybe they're taking him out because everybody sees the image of him. Let's see, Big Bang inventor. Let's see if that comes up. There you go, this guy. And he hasn't got a collar on, has he? Oh, yes, he has. That's a collar, isn't it? Priest collar? Let's see what other images we can find. That one doesn't look like the best one. Is that a collar he's got on? What do you reckon? He's a damn priest, isn't he?
That's a collar, he's a priest.
He's a priest, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a priest.
It's got to be a priest, isn't he?
Yeah, look.
Unless he's got one of those fancy collars, right?
No, that's a proper cloak. Look at the cloak. It's like a cloak.
There you go. Look,
that's the white thing. The band. That white band. That's a priest band.
Yeah. There you go. It
says there, the priest who invented the Big Bang. It says right there. Hanging out with Einstein. No wonder he got a Big Bang theory.
Where does it say that? I didn't actually see that. Father of the Big Bang. There you go. Where does it say priest? I didn't see that.
You scroll up to the top.
Who invented the Big Bang? The priest. There you go.
Priest.
And people you don't hear that on all the science things. The priest
the priest
come up
who
with
invented the Big Bang. See?
So
Einstein there.
The universe come from God's arsehole, basically, exploded out. Yeah, so that's straight away I see a conflict of interests here, and why science has been hijacked. So you can see why, if you go against the Big Bang in universities, that you seem to lose your job very quickly. So if you go and do a search, Big Bang, let's see if we can find anyone that's been sacked. PhD, or actually say professor, lost job. You probably won't even be able to find it in Google, right? But we'll see. Big Bang sends Bob Newhart. What's he got to do with it? He's not a professor. Lost job. Sacked. For... I bet we can't find anything, but I know there is people who've been sacked at university because their research went against the Big Bang. Sacked. Let's just try that.
They also stick you in dungeons if you go against the church's view of the universe.
Yeah.
Go in a dungeon for 10 years. Let's see you say the world's not flat anymore.
You can see here, you can see how the research results are all biased on TV shows. The Big Bang Theory. And that's sort of ruined it in the searches, that title. Because it always comes up now.
Sheldon was wrong.
Damn space in the way. I have to zoom in because my eyes are a wee bit foggy at the moment. See, even that hasn't changed it. Big Bang minus TV. Can you do that? Don't want any search results with TV in it. There we go. That might have done it. So what's this guy? Big Bang. That's the priest. Big Bang Theory Archive. Maybe that's one of them that's been sacked. Professor Peter Land. So I'm not sure who these are, but let's just have a look. I've just seen what we could find. How is God related to science? Well, the Big Bang. Yeah, what's this guy on about? Telegraph. He died. Oh God. Trying to read it in pop-ups. He died on February, aged. Oh God. 87. Spherical physicist of outstanding breath. So what's that got about losing his job? XPD, thermodynamics, and quantum mechanics. He exhibited more than a passing interest in relativity. Okay, so he's part of the God Brigade.
Countryman says the Vatican equals evil. Right? You're not wrong.
Yeah.
Man.
So
They teach faith. They teach faith through fear. And then they suppress all this information so they can keep teaching faith through fear.
And then they drag off the little boys to a secret room for Big Bang Theory.
That's the real Big Bang Theory. Oh, God. We're going to hell. We're going straight to hell. Oh, Lord. Please help me. Jesus. Buddha, somebody. Buddha, please send help.
Anyway, we didn't find any references there, but I know there has been people sacked over it. I think there's a movie. There is a movie called Big Bang is Wrong, I believe, and it has
The altar boys get the sack.
Big Bang is wrong. I bet we can't even find it.
That's going to be suppressed.
I did it years ago, and I said, have a listen to this if you get a chance. Oh, I meant to be documentary. Okay, have we found it? Here's why people are wrong claiming J images have disproved. So you already got people jumping on the bandwagon here, trying to save the Big Bang Theory. They're making up excuses already for it. Okay, last few days. Let's have a read of this thing since it come up. Why are they wrong? They have to be wrong. Because everything else collapses. Space-time and everything else. Claims, images, disprove the Big Bang Theory has been circulating on the internet over the past few days. See, so this is straight away response to it. They're going to defend it. They're not going to look and think, oh shit, this maybe it's correct. They have to defend it. In the early days of the universe, then any telescope before it. However, the article titled simply "The Big Bang Didn't Happen" claims that JWST have somehow inspired panic among cosmologists as they contradict the Big Bang Theory. Our paper's title begins with the candid exclamation panic.
What do they panic for? If it's wrong, so what? You just redo your theories, start again.
They have to redo everything though, because once one thing's based on another, right, it all collapses into a pile of crap. Including string theory.
Find things wrong in something and you have to redo it again until you get it right. It's simple.
Yeah. Let's see.
They just don't want to do all the work. I think they're just lazy.
Eric Lerner, blah blah blah. I think we already read that, didn't we? Right now I find myself lying awake at 3 in the morning. See, they've got these guys going, wondering if everything I've done is wrong. So they're all panicking. They're thinking everything's collapsed now. What did I miss? So, yeah, why is it wrong? Reacts. No Big Bang. Okay, I won't play everything, but I got some other one here. We're only 400 to 500 million years after the origin of the universe. Yet already some of the galaxies have shown stellar populations that are over 1 billion years old. Since nothing could have originated before the Big Bang, the existence of these galaxies demonstrates that the Big Bang did not occur. So I reckon we are they are expanding, but they also can contract, right? Because it's like a big beach ball and with all the galaxies inside, and as it expands, the galaxies move further apart. Then it probably contracts again down to a certain size, and then it expands again. It never ever goes down to a singularity, right? It always goes down to a certain size and expands again. We just don't know because we've only been alive for a short time. But like I said, our universe might be a sphere, and then next door to it might be another sphere of another universe that's also expanding and contracting, and it's just like a load of atoms all on a line, right? So yeah, it could be when you go from one universe into another through a membrane, it could go on forever. And of course people are saying, oh, this proves the Matrix now. No, not really. But it's certainly, we're never ever going to know what life's about and what the universe is about. Certainly, if you were worried about it, laying in bed at 3 in the morning thinking about it, you probably die early age. Secondly, trust us as science communicators whose job is to amplify cool science. If stars had been found that are even possibly older than the universe, you would not be hearing about it through one man's blog. No, they'd cover it up, just like everything else, saying, "Oh, let's get together. We've got to fix this." When scientists erroneously found that what was it? Neutrinos were moving faster than light, even though that clearly wasn't going to be the case. Oh no, nothing goes faster than light. For its contents, the JWST might have spotted a galaxy from between 420 million and 100 million years after the Big Bang, and it was widely reported as a big deal. So that's it. That's all he had to say about it. Yeah, I'm not really convinced about him claiming that maybe the observation is wrong. Okay, let's go back one. Now, what we're researching for? We're looking for that movie. Now, there's a lot of reason why the Big Bang's wrong. Apparently, the oldest element, cesium, was it? There's too much in the universe. It should actually decayed. Oh no, there's not enough of it in the universe. It should be a lot more than it was, or something. Let's see. I think that's one of the things. And they can use spectroanalysis to estimate how much is in the universe, and there's a lot of it missing, apparently. So again, it disproves the Big Bang theory. Yeah, I was trying to find that movie. So there's a documentary on TV this year about the Big Bang. So it's all going to be on the telescope, isn't it? So where's the movie? It's been suppressed. Where the professor said that the redshift is wrong, and galaxies are moving at different speeds, and he lost his job because they couldn't hire someone that didn't believe in the Big Bang theory. What else are we going to look at? Alright. Missing. I'm not even sure how you spell it. Missing elements. Did the Big Bang. Was it Silesium? Probably have to read a lot more. That one there, I think. Selenium. Let's see if that comes up. Well, I'm not seeing it in the search results. Learn about the tourist history of selenium, symptoms of deficiency. No. Why has it not got Big Bang? It's funny how you can't find it on Google. It makes it really, really hard. A search for the universe missing antimatter. Okay, into selenium. Alright, geranium, is it? Decays into selenium. Okay, let's just have a read of that one. The first particles in the universe formed when a hot, dense blob exploded. Now, it wasn't an explosion, though. That's the thing. It was instantly expanded. Physicists think that under the extreme conditions of the Big Bang, light transformed into matter. Electrons, protons, and neutrons that later become you and me. But physicists are confused about how that transformation occurred. Back in the 1990s, physicists showed that They could convert light into matter by colliding two extreme powerful beams of radiation. They also found that light produces equal amounts of antimatter at the same time. The very first particle of matter would have met the antimatter cousin in an annihilation. And yeah, I even have doubts about antimatter. I think it's just that's another one of the theories, right? That the edge of the universe is antimatter and our universe is matter, and it's colliding, and that's why it's a bubble. But antimatter is just an atom that spins in the opposite. Everything spins in the opposite direction or has opposite charges, right? So really, it's just like a normal atom that's got the spin changed, and in the process, the charges change, which can happen if things hit together like marbles and causes the spin alteration. But anyway, debating about antimatter. It could exist because it's possible that an atom got changed. And when they collide back together, they release the energy, and then they become stabilized again. Yet clearly matter exists for some reason. More matter formed than antimatter just after the Big Bang. And physicists don't know why. It's one of the really big mysteries in the universe. Okay, so where's about the missing product? Geranium, 50 years. See, two neutrons turn into protons. Crystals. Here we go. Grabma isn't dismayed by those odds. You don't need half a crystal to turn into selenium to confirm this process occurs. He says that just need to detect a handful of atoms decaying. Within the atom, within the 80 pounds of germanium crystal turns into selenium, they can detect the energy of the two electrons, which should appear as light when they hit the detector. To avoid other sources of radiation like cosmic rays tripling the detector, they placed the germanium in a vat of cold liquid argon, a mole underground a mountain. It's still possible that they never detect this process, but it's just an opinion, he says. It's not one that I would stand behind. So they're even debating whether the experiment was meaningful or not. In the meantime, physicists are investigating other processes that might explain why the universe is made of matter. Particularly, they want to discover all the ways that antimatter differs from matter, because any discrepancy could reveal why their fates diverge in the early universe. So it's not really talking about the lack of. So that one wasn't very good. Let's see. Selenium and hydrogen. What's this one? And oxygen. Wrong. What do you mean wrong? The Big Bang Theory. That's a TV show again. Damn it. New features. Big Bang. The origin of elements. Where it all started, hydrogen. But hydrogen, selenium, since released, but created little, but hydrogen and selenium is all. See, apparently there's not enough of it or something to justify the model. But I'm just trying to find where it's talking about it. Someone must have made it simpler for us. Maybe it's geranium. must have spelled it wrong. Geranium. Is that it? Yeah. Still not. Google's changed the way you can find stuff. Let's see. List. No, I spelled that wrong. List. Problems with the Big Bang. Okay, let's see if that's got a list. It violates the first law of thermodynamics, which says you can't create or destroy matter or energy. So yeah, the universe was formed from nothing, which violates the first law. Suggests the universe began out of nothing. Okay, some critics say that the formation of stars and galaxies violates the law of entropy, which has systems of change become less organized over time. But if you view the early universe as completely homogeneous and isotropic, then the current universe shows signs of obeying the law of entropy. Some astrophysicists and cosmologists argue that scientists have misinterpreted evidence. Oh yeah. Like the redshift of celestial bodies and the cosmic microwave background. Some cite the absence of exotic cosmic bodies that should have been the product of the Big Bang according to the theory. The early information period of the Big Bang appears to violate the rule that nothing can travel faster than the speed of light. Opponents have a few different responses to this criticism. One is that at the start of the Big Bang, the theory of relativity didn't apply. As a result, there was no issue with traveling faster than the speed of light. So they always, like I said, they keep coming up with these little bits to explain it away. There are several alternative models that attempt to explain it. The steady state, big bounce, plasma cosmology, that's electric universe. There are several other models as well, although they all got problems. Could one of these theories or other ones we have even thought of one day replace the Big Bang theory? Yep, it will do. Eventually. What's the given? Who discovered the Big Bang? We know. Priest. George Lamatry. I'm not sure how you say his name. How did the Big Bang happen from nothing? Yeah, well, that's God, of course, you know. What is the Big Bang theory in simple terms? The attempt. Although they talk about on TV like it's proven, right? Attempt to explain how the universe developed from a very tiny, dense state into what is today. It doesn't attempt to explain what initiated the creation of the universe or what came before the Big Bang. The priests come before the Big Bang. What does the Big Bang theory tell us? According to the Big Bang theory, there's no center of the universe, which is bollocks. Every point in the universe is the same as every other point. It's just more and more you read about it, the more and more you just think, what a load of pile of crap. How did the Big Bang start? At the earliest moments of the Big Bang, all of the matter, energy, and space we could observe was compressed into the area of zero volume. Yeah, let's try that. But yeah, still hasn't talked about the missing elements, because they should have decayed into other ones. What are the three problems of the theory? Let's see. Let's talk about other ones. Proven fact, no. A theory can never be proven, but must be testable through observation. What's the name of the Big Bang? Why is the big name of the Big Bang misleading? Because it wasn't a big bang, it was an explosion. Yeah, okay, so yeah, expanded from nothing in an instant. Which doesn't happen in real life. That does, that's how stupid the whole theory is. It's just crazy. Still hasn't told us the missing element. So where have they taken that out of the equation now? I thought that was the biggest problem. The Big Bangs. Let's try biggest. Eventually we're going to get Google. We're going to get you. Biggest problem. No. What are the weaknesses? The redshift. Yep. Right, here we go. That low abundance of helium and the failure to find any feature in the microwave background as predicted by the theories of structure formation. Abundances of helium. So that's low, but what was the other one? It definitely had a selenium name, I think. Let's just try that again. Astronomers have detected arsenic. Old star, new trick. Maybe it wasn't called that then. Listen. Oh, what happened there? Listen. Isotopes, is it? Let's come up with that one again. Look. Let's just click on that one. Cesium light isotopes. Origin of elements, hot bang. Let's have a look at that one. Looks like it's a science paper. That's no good. Half the universe is missing. Okay, that sounds like it. Maybe we found it now. Where's the rest of the universe? Oh, it's in the other universe. Didn't you know that? Okay, today's... What year was this one? 2004. Today's universe is only half the place it used to be. Admittedly, there is still a lot of it around, locked up in dense and dust and gases, but only half the story. Quite literally, over 13 billion years ago, the Big Bang forged equal amounts of matter and antimatter. Okay, we got that bit. Take a look around today, though. You see that all the antimatter has vanished. Okay. So it's not equal anymore. It's lucky for us that it has. According to our best theories, maybe it's in another universe. An antimatter universe. All the matter and antimatter should have annihilated each other in a puff of radiation. The universe should have filled with pure light. And planets and stars and people to create the universe we see today. Matter somehow gained the upper hand. So really everything we shouldn't be alive. That's what they're saying. But it didn't happen that way. 5 shiny germanium cylinders sitting in a cavern. So it's something about the experiment again. Looks like we're only going to get not to read it again because we got this description. Right, so it talks about the beta decay here. So we're not going to find out what the answer was. Damn. New scientists. All these sites that want money. Money, money, money before you get to read. Why heavy elements did not form in the Big Bang. So there's another one. How many isotopes are in selenium? Okay. So the idea is that stars formed, right, with fusion, and then inside there all the elements that we know today is formed inside stars. And then the star dies and explodes, and it creates planets and stuff from the leftover heavy metals, heavy matter, carbon and all that, and then that gets attracted by gravity and forms these globes which are called planets. And a new star forms, and they get attracted around it or something. Doesn't it so what happens? Does it create a new star? Or does all the matter explode outwards, and then eventually they get attracted to another star millions of years ahead? So we just don't know. We don't know how it's all formed, really. We can only guess. Abundance of chemical elements. Anyway, might be able to. I think I did cover it in the last show that I did on Big Bang. So I'll just see if I can find that. See if I can find that missing article that sums it up quite nicely. Let's have a look. Yeah, I'd expected 18-Wheelers to be showing up, but I haven't seen them. But we'll get there. We'll just finish off this Big Bang stuff, and then we'll go on to his videos and look at what we looked at, analysed, even if he's not around. I knew I was going to do a stuff ahead of his stuff because he's in the second half. So if I type in Big Bang here on my searches, okay, so that's the current one, and there's my theory about multiple universes, each being a sphere that can condense and also expand, but never disappear, and it could live forever. Makes more sense to me, and that what we think is aliens from inside our own universe could be aliens and things breaking into our universe, including ghosts and apparitions. You know, I've explained it in my theory here. Because I based it on my own experiences where things popped right in front of me and then disappeared when someone comes around a corner. Which is a damn shame. You wish that person didn't come around the corner to see what's going to happen. But yeah, they only want you to see them. There seems to me that they can even make themselves visible to you only by, it must be like transmitting into your mind's eye, you know, where your visual brain functions are, and you can actually see it like a real image, but it's not actually in your eyes. Even though you're looking, you're not actually seeing it with your eyes. I think that's what's happening. I think that's what the aliens are doing. They can control it that way, and they also can control by popping in through a portal and then disappearing. So I think they can do two ways of tricking you, or tricking people. So that's possible that one person in a group can see aliens stand in front of them and the other ones can't see them because They're only transmitting it into your brain cells, right? So when you say, oh, that girl's lying about her encounter in a cave, you can't really say that's 100% true. She may have seen it, but other people didn't see it. You know, just like some people see ghosts and other people don't, and they're in the same location or same room or whatever. Yeah, I wonder which one. Black holes, big bangs. I wonder if it's on that one.
You want to see another one of my videos to fill in while waiting for Wheels?
Yeah, we can. I've still got a fair bit to go through here, and
Yeah, no worries. If you need anything, any fillers, like I got a video that I haven't published yet.
But you
like
can.
The orb changes direction. It changes direction, I think 2 or 3 times, and it's like pulsing. It's going almost off and then on again.
Let me just check this one here. I think. Yeah, we're moving on to that stuff very soon. I'm just going.
No worries.
I just want to see if I can find the information because it's got me a bit worried now. I got no book chapters made, unfortunately. Damn. I just wonder if it's got the article in this one. I suppose it'd be in the side chat. That was a busy side chat, wasn't it? Plexus back then. Yeah, it's a bit hard to tell just by looking at the little thumbnails, right? Let's have a look at the description. Maybe I've put it there. Need to do some chapters properly. There we go. The modern cult scientist's reality of black holes and big bangs. PhD scientist on Martin's Willis show. Various website alternative views on problems with the Big Bang and Big Bang theory. Electric universe model. Okay, so it's all in the front half. So, I probably should spend some time making some chapters. Because we've been through this before. Doesn't like the Big Bang though. Put radar reflectors on, so... What's that one say? There we go. And what am I talking about there? Doesn't like the Big Bang. Looks like Phoenix Lights, is it? Alright. Looks like it's out of order. That's what happened with the chapters. I made up the chapters before the show, right? I didn't always stick to the same order. Why are we getting blank screen? Damn, Google. Who's that one?
Some of the other scientists, and I said, yeah, did you see the poster next to mine is kind of interesting. What do you make of that? And everybody...
Alright, that was the guy on Martin Willis show. That's PhD, believes in the Big Bang. Now, that's the problem with going to university. You can't pass the exams if you don't believe in the Big Bang, right? So you can't be a PhD because you have to believe everything hook, line and sinker to become a professor. And then you'll become basically another repeating robot that repeats the same thing. So why do many people hate it? Black holes. Invisible dark matter. I don't have a problem with dark matter though. Certainly makes more sense than antimatter if you ask me. Okay, so must have missed it. I'm pretty sure it'll be in there, being one of the links we posted probably. Yeah, that's back when we had Roberts and other people, and they got put off. Here we go. What's that one? Twitter. Susan, she disappeared. That was Charles that caused that to happen, I think. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Politics, you know, ufology. Yeah, missing elements. This is why I like to spend more time researching to make it flow better, but oh, let's try that name, Selenium. See if I've got it in the description somewhere. It's probably going to come up in that episode note. Germanium. No, I obviously didn't put that in. Missing elements. Element. Try that. Now we got one. Is it about the Big Bang? No, Secureteam might be on that one though. Might be on the end. Although none of them say Big Bang. Ah well, give up. Give up on that. It's a bit annoying. They can't pin the information very quickly. But anyway, that's Google. It's always changing and making it harder to find stuff. We can't have people looking up stuff on Big Bang saying it's wrong, because we have more people against it. Anyway, this is quite good. This guy here, Future Unity. I noticed that I posted it on Twitter the other day, and Goofon started using it. And I thought, oh yeah, someone's following and watching what I'm doing. And suddenly he started playing it, but really the first half was talking about the Big Bang, and this bit here I got queued up. That's where it gets interesting. And I'll just play a wee bit, because I'm not sure if I'm going to get a copyright claim. I don't think we should, because we're only going to play a clip because it's fair use, right?
These galaxies have exhibited stellar populations over 1 billion years old. Because nothing could have come from before the Big Bang, these galaxies prove that the Big Bang did not happen. Of course, we can't have a galaxy older than the Big Bang, so for the Big Bang theory to be true, the JWST should be seeing fewer and fewer galaxies the more it looks back. Eventually, it would stop seeing galaxies, or enter the dark ages of the cosmos. But researchers are demonstrating that galaxies as massive as the Milky Way are common even a few 100 million years after the supposed Big Bang. The scientists claim the new JWST images show at least 100,000 times as many galaxies as theorists predicted at redshifts more than 10. And could so many large galaxies have been formed in so little time? Not likely at all, which means there was no Big Bang. Let's pause here and ask what happens if the scientific establishment accepts that the Big Bang theory is flawed. There must then be a new way to explain the universe's beginnings. One likely explanation is plasma filamentation, which has been around for about 5 decades. This process can actually be explained using physical processes common in the laboratory. Plasma
Remember your
is the
video on plasma? The plasma ball UFO that you filmed? So yeah, if the universe is really plasma, and everything is based on plasma, then maybe gravity is part of the plasma idea as well. Maybe your UFO that you saw that was using a plasma field around it, the lightning, is somehow they get anti-gravity to work.
Electrically conducting gas that forms most of all the matter in space, including the stars and the space between the stars. Only the Hubble.
Okay, can you see the stars have actually got an atmosphere around it of this ionized gas, and of course they were assuming that light passing through that gas is getting refracted and bent, and it's nothing to do with gravity bending space-time. And of course a lot of people can't accept that because that's what they're taught in universities, and the mathematics works out, right? Everybody's, if this theory here now proves to be wrong, all the mathematics gets more complicated, they say, because that means we got a infinite universe and the mathematics is horrendous. Well, finite universe, the mathematics is nice and easy.
Redshift relation would still need some new physical process to explain the loss of energy as light travels huge distances. One of the critical processes in plasmas that scientists have identified and studied is plasma filamentation. This is the process by which electric current and the magnetic fields they create draw plasma into the lacy system of filaments that are visible at all scales in the universe. Plasma filamentation is one of the basic processes that led to the creation of planets, stars, galaxies, and other structures. Plasma filamentation is also crucial in the effort to develop fusion energy artificially. The JWST is just doing its job, opening our minds to new ways to see the universe. It is already making scientists think of what would happen if the Big Bang actually never happened. Let's hear what you think of the validity of the Big Bang theory.
So that's really the key part, is what I played off this episode. But yeah, it just goes into all the problems of it.
The pictures is that they show many galaxies that are surprisingly smooth, small, and old. But why exactly do galaxies that are smooth, small, and old contradict the Big Bang theory? Let's take it from the too small angle first. Assuming the universe is expanding, a strange optical illusion has to exist. The fact is that galaxies or any other objects in space that occur naturally do not continue to look smaller and smaller with increasing distance. Actually, past a certain point, they should start looking larger and larger. If you wonder why, it is because their light is supposed to have left them when they were closer to us. This is the opposite of what we observe in the ordinary, non-expanding space, where objects look smaller in proportion to their distance. Scientists that have studied the images by the JWST can't hide the fact that they show smaller galaxies. Even galaxies with greater luminosity and mass than the Milky Way galaxy are seen in these images to be 2 to 3 times smaller than in similar images observed with the Hubble Space Telescope. The new galaxies also have redshifts which are also 2 to 3 times greater. An expanding universe is not expected to behave like this. The galaxies that the JWST shows are just the same size as the galaxies near to us, if it is assumed that the universe is not expanding and redshift is proportional to distance. However, the Big Bang implies these distant galaxies must be intrinsically extremely tiny to compensate for the hypothesized optical illusion. One galaxy, the GHZ2, is much more luminous than the Milky Way. However, its calculated radius is only 300 light-years, which is 150 times smaller than the radius of our Milky Way. Its surface brightness, or brightness per unit area, would be 600 times that of the brightest galaxy in the local universe. Its density would be tens of thousands of times that of the galaxies we see today. What a...
Okay, so if the Big Bang's wrong, and how's that fit in with aliens then? So yeah, I'll just post a link to that. So that means the theory that aliens can't be visiting Earth because there's such a great distance is going to be out the window too. If they can't get the Big Bang right, they're not going to get aliens visiting us, saying that the distances are too vast, light years. Nothing could survive the distance in their lifetime to get to us. Unless they've figured out faster than light travel, blah blah blah. Well, maybe it's all to do with this plasma field, and maybe the universe is completely more weird than they could have imagined, and it has another layer to it with the dark matter where they can actually enter into that field and travel instantly anywhere in the universe they want to in an instant, which we've yet to figure out. So yeah, it's just a matter of thinking outside the box. You know, it's again more theories, but proving it is another thing. So yeah, I'll post a link to that. I know the Chile chat's been busy on the Big Bang there. Big Bang video explaining. So instead of reading all that guff, someone's just put a nice condensed video there. Probably spent all day making it. So we'll give him a plug. He's got more subs than I have, but I noticed that Goofon used it too, and someone's feeding him my stuff for sure. Timestamp. What's this one? Alright, this is now onto 18Wheels, which I would have thought maybe might have shown up about an hour earlier than he said. But who knows, he might not show up at all today. I've had people not show up before, of course, but we can talk about his video, and we'll do that. You can join me on voice if you want to, gather. So what is this one here? Timestamp 101 craft recorded minutes before triangle object. Okay, so he's talking about this one here, I think. I'll just see if it comes up. Okay, so he got one photograph of it. He didn't actually get a video of this so-called craft. So I looked at another one of his videos, which is totally separate, and I said that looks like a flock of geese because it had a left arm and a right arm that were sort of bent and also different lengths, right? And it seemed to be changing shape. So unfortunately we haven't got a video of this so-called craft. But he said it had a black triangle bit and it had a strange translucent larger body going around the triangle. So here I enhanced this one here the best I could to see if there's any hidden bits to it. And it seems to have like almost looks like a plasma. I don't think it's geese now. Now I've looked at it a bit again, but yeah, it looks like it's got an edge that's sort of like energy to it, and that's why it sort of looks like it's up and down, and it looks like it's got a triangle bit here. Although it's distorted and it's on an angle, right? And it looks like it's hard to know which is stars though from a photograph because we've got no movement, but it does look like there is some sort of curvature happening. If you plot between those bits there and then it goes up here, almost like a triangular shape. But then we got this given to us from Blue Chicken, which he drew a 3D rendering. Blue Chicken, what did you use? What program did you use that to make that? Blender or some other? This model was made with Game Vet 02, which is 18Wheels. Over Discord. Did he say what you used to make it? No. It's good to put technical details in. Awesome work. Okay, let's have a look at it. So he reckons this is the black triangle he saw fly over his head with this translucent outer edge. You know, here's the edge here. So let's display that. So he reckons this is what flew over him. It kind of looks like an Australian what do you call it, 3-arm boomerang. You could buy those and throw those in the air. Use them like a weapon. So it's got some curvature there. And I thought, well, can I map that over the image? Now, initially, before he told me that he saw the craft, that's the next bit. Looks like I'm missing one image, am I? Where's the other image disappeared to? Oh, here it is. This one here is my initial work, and then he told me about the craft. Why not craft, not solid lines? Because I'm not seeing any edges, right? Gaps in the light, not cloaked very poor for aliens, right? So here I got what I thought maybe the angle of the craft as it passed over him, and then I overlaid it onto the outline I drew, because I thought it was possibly a flock of birds that's sort of coming up to form a V shape passing over his head. So I thought maybe that's what they're forming. Sort of like a chevron shape. But then I could see when he explained that the ship had a triangle bit, that it sort of actually could align with his description, because eyewitness accounts do matter, right? So there's the dark triangle bit. So if that's flying over his head, it sort of lines up. So I modified my original drawing with his, Blue Chicken's so-called model rendering of it, which may not be 100% accurate, but it sort of lines up with what I drew. So I thought, can I then take the original image and work on it a bit more? Where did I do that? Here. So I went over this and thought, well, which are stars and which are not, which is the hardest part in this image. So it does sort of look like it has a sort of boomerang look if you wanted to trace around all the bits there. And so I made a video. It wasn't that one. Where's my video disappeared to? That shouldn't be there. That should be on the end. Into my video. I had a video, but that's right. I got it back up. I had it queued up, ready to play. 69. So I overlaid recording. Here we go. Screen captured it with minicam. So I started doing that like I normally do, lining up as best I could with what he saw, and sure enough that triangle bit does line up with all that darkness in the middle here. So I couldn't discount his sighting being a real UFO sighting, but does sort of change a bit for why is that not behaving properly? Yeah, so I forgot what I was going to say now. So, yeah, what's this one? Okay, so he said that he had another sighting before that one. And I thought, well, that's interesting. And that's the one he brought up in the last show, right? And it doesn't happen till about a minute in. So let's have a look at that. He said he's got another video of it as well. So let's see if we can find it. So we can see something past there. And I think it's gone. So I'm not sure if this is at his house or he's parked his truck and got out and started videoing something. So we need to get him on interview to talk about it, really.
That shot passed on the top right hand side.
Yeah, it's on the top right hand side. It passes very quickly. Probably have to slow it down. Yeah, I forgot to check quality, but it is the maximum quality, 720. Which is normal for these night vision cameras, I believe. And we'll slow it down. And we'll play it from there.
Yeah, the Synox color night vision cameras only 720p resolution.
Yeah. Could only get better once they get up to 8K, imagine that. Or even 16 or 32K. Yeah, here it is.
Even 4K night vision camera would look amazing.
Okay. I'm pretty sure that's the one he said before the triangle. Yep, there we go. So let's see if we can actually zoom more into that.
Blue Chicken says Paul sent 18Wheels the link on Discord. He will try to get on.
I put it in his DM on Discord. Is he on Windows? And has he got Chrome? He just needs to click on the link and join us. So let's, where's the object? It should be around about here. Where can I see it now? Here it is. It's very faint, isn't it? It needs my handy work on it, really. I need to get hold of the original and do the enhancements on it. So you saw that before the triangle. Could that be the same craft? That's translucent though. Looks like it's got an edge on it, see? Looks like it's got a edge here and it had a little bit over here. It looks like... Let's move it together. See that? It looks like it's in 3 parts too. It almost looks like a triangle. It's got a bit here, a bit in the middle. Let's see if we can brighten it up. It's on Discord, mate. He just has to go to his DM. The problem is he didn't add me as a friend. I think he won't. He maybe doesn't see it. I don't know. He probably doesn't know how to get to. Let me just see. I'll send him a message. Yo. Did he get my message? Should be flashing at the top, right hand side, left hand side, under the game controller icon. He might be best to set me as a friend, and then he won't get any limitations then. I think it's still pending. Pending Game Vet 2 and Len of whatever that is. He doesn't show up on Discord anymore.
Send in your server.
He just has to scroll up from my message there. But I'll send him the link again. I'll cut and paste it. And this is why need to check the night before, make sure it was working for him. Has he got the link now? It's a special one just for us guests, so we don't get any interruptions from gate crashes. Else we have to put passwords on everything, which is annoying, and keep kicking people. Are you there? He hasn't replied to me. He's not on Discord. I think he's on mobile phone. It won't work on mobile phone. It's got a little phone icon, so I think he's on low technology there. Everybody needs a laptop as far as I'm concerned. He's going to have to install the app. Is it a Apple or what's he got? He's going to have to download the app and install it and then join the room by entering the name. I'm sure if Earl can do it, he's not really techno person. He managed to do it in a few minutes, so I'm pretty sure if you've got an Apple phone, you should be able to do it. There's the download link. He's going to have to install whatever operating system he's got. Unless he's got a laptop with Windows 10 or even 7 on it. With a current version of Chrome, because it uses Web API. Just click the link and you're in. As simple as that. You might want to click the camera off if you don't want to be on camera. That's okay. I normally stick a wee bit of blue tack over mine just in case it switches on. Just in case they see something they shouldn't be seeing. The camera's pretty crap anyway. Low light and all that business. You have to have a lot of light shining on you to for cameras to pick it up. Unless you got a decent camera aimed at you, of course. As you see, he hasn't replied to me still. Anyway, apart from that, I'm not sure how I can communicate with him. I can't post it in the public because everybody will know the link then. So he's got to go to DM, which is above my alien icon. I think people just don't play around with Discord enough. It's so easy to use it. It really is. Yeah, I don't even see him on the side, so he must be invisible. According to my Discord, he's not on. Blue Chicken, I'll give you the information. I assume that you can keep it private, because we don't know trolls, right? And I'll give it to you, and you can pass it on to him another way. So you probably need to download the Jitsi app. It's just like any other chat program. If he's not on a computer, else you could just use the Chrome browser. And I just need to copy the link again. And to access our chat room, here's the link. Chat room of Windows 10 and Chrome. You can even join us if you want to, Blue Chicken. It's up to you. But there you go. You got it on Discord as well now. Click on that. Can't post it in the chat on the live. I can only use Discord. Okay, that's the way we keep it private. Because we know there's a lot of haters out there. Okay, I suppose I have to go back to the side chat. Okay, Blue Chicken. Paul, send in your server. No, I can't. I'll send it to you as a DM, Blue Chicken. Because it's private, as you know. DMs. You're going to have to add me as a friend. I think he hasn't added me as a friend. He hasn't accepted the friend request. Until he adds me as a friend, he won't see anything in DM. It probably blocking it, probably. You can send it to him. He may have added you as a friend, you see. It only takes a few seconds, just a click, you know, and you're in. It's just a matter of learning Discord. And it's got a lot more security than any other chat program out there, hasn't it?
You got to go to the top left-hand corner, click on friends, pending, and then
if you're looking on a portrait phone, you got to do a lot left and right swiping to get to it.
Yeah, this Discord is terrible on a touch phone. I really don't like it.
Yeah, best with an iPad or an Android tablet or Windows 10, which gives you all the options under the sun. Nothing beats Windows 10. They always get it working properly on Windows 10. You got the app as well as the Chrome browsers. In fact, it works on Firefox, but it won't work on Android that way, and it won't work on Apple either. Don't ask me why. It's because of their own security and different libraries, because it's a different operating system.
Out of town, he's not at home. Can he use his phone?
Yeah, he can use his phone, but as long as it's connected to the internet. Which I believe he would be, wouldn't he? Just ring up the Discord app and type in the room name, which is on the end of that link I gave you. I explained it all to him. Gabba had no trouble. I'm not sure why so many people have trouble with it. I really don't. Where's the original message I sent to him? This is what I sent to him.
I just clicked on the link and it pops up in the browser and just type your name in and you jump in.
Yeah. There's several ways you can do it. You can just click on the link and it's meant to be like zero knowledgeable people to be able to, but if you have to have a laptop.
Shogun asks, how's New Zealand today then? We're still 11 hours behind you, middle of the night here in the UK.
It's a lovely sunny day outside, but it's only a maximum of 13, I think it is, Celsius. So it's sunny, but cold wind, I think, coming from the Alps. Wait till we get the nor'west from Australia, and then it'll be like a big blow oven. And it'll be so hot, because you get the sun and the hot wind, and you got no way of cooling off. And it just gets to you. You don't have that in Australia like that. In Australia you get the heat, but they also have cool sea breezes, right? Which helps if you live near the coast, of course. If you live inland, then you're going to get baked. You have that hot dryness, though. It dries you out. Yeah, so the room name is on the end there. Anyway, shouldn't be that hard. But that's why I wanted to check it out with him ahead of time, to make sure he could use his phone. There's another way where you can dial in if you're in America as well, but then it's mobile phone crappiness. Unfortunately, I don't know what the number is. And I don't want to show it on the screen here, because everybody will know it then. Yeah. Okay, not getting a response from him. I think you'll figure it out eventually. Maybe a good time to have a little break anyway. And while we get them sorted out. And I'll get a couple-minute break here and get a drink and toilet. Yeah. We're given time. It'd be nearing 10 o'clock his time over there, I hope. So he was going to come on about now anyway, 10:30. So there's no rush. We can fill in time while he sorts it out. I might better look up the phone number so you could dial in that way. Anyway, I'll get back in a minute. I just need to go toilet. You have to get seated again. Righto. Are you there, Gabba? You're not saying much.
I'm here. I'm just playing a game on my mobile phone.
I thought you were going to be talking to the people while I was away.
Just talking about the rain. It's raining a lot in the UK.
Yeah.
I've been talking in chat here and there.
Let me just change the screen here.
Do you want me to share another video? Have a look at while we wait.
No, I just want to look up something, so I'm just going to hide the screen with the video and look up the number, just in case it leaks it. Is that sort of playing? I've muted this audio, so I have to check. Okay, that's good. Now we got some privacy. Intermission. Let's see if I can find out what the number is. Because it's different every time, I think, probably now. Invite people. Is that where it's done? Okay, I got a number and a dial up. Okay. How can I copy it? Copy that, see how it paste to Discord. So we got some dial-up numbers. I'll paste it to Chicken. See how it goes. It's got a few countries it covers, including Australia, so you can actually get a free call to it. New Zealand's not listed though. Japan, Switzerland, UK, France, and US. So dial that number, and then you type the PIN number, and then you can talk using your mobile, which will probably sound a bit tinny if you can't get the app going. Yeah, it's looking good. Okay, minimize that. Did you get that, Blue Chicken? And we can start looking at his other videos and whatever he wants to talk about. But if he gets on YouTube at the same time, then he must be able to get the app going as well. The thing is, he's got to mute YouTube when he connects on Discord, else he'll be like 30 seconds behind if he's listening to it on YouTube instead of listening to it on his Discord. No, not Discord, on his Jitsi, I mean. If you want to try phoning from Australia, you could give it a try. You'd only be on voice though. I will just turn that off now.
You are listening to the Unnatural.
Oh, that was loud. I should have probably holded it before turning off the other option. Oh yeah, we're back. Oh yeah. Let me just adjust the volume there. Yeah, we're not even sure if it'd be the same volume as you, Gabba, but I think your voice was alright today. It wasn't distorted. But, yeah, it's different when everyone's got different microphone levels. It makes it more complicated. That's the only complicated thing, really. So Yeah. Is he on the road, Blue Chicken, or is he back home, or what?
He's not at home. He's not at home. He's out of town or something.
Out of town, but he's in a motel, or what? Living in his truck? What? How's he operate? I don't know, you see.
Some truck drivers sleep in their truck.
Hey, I know, that's what I'm asking. Well, I've given you information, and three different ways you can actually connect, depending what equipment he's got. But the phone always works, but it'd be crappy. Yeah, it's just like normal when people phone in on mobile phone on the end of open lines, right? They have dropouts, and then it goes type sound, and it sounds really bad as well, and level of audio quality, because they don't allocate enough bandwidth for mobile phones voice, right? And it sounds tinny. Anyway, I better get back to what we're going to do here while we're waiting. Yeah, doesn't matter. Let's carry on. This is why we always end up having to do 2 interviews, because the first time people are just so overwhelmed with technology and problems that you have to redo it. Generally they have more sightings by then, more videos. Anyway, let's see if we can see this object. Let's go full screen here so I can get the controls. So what's best for this video? Invert it. Got a bit of orange. Sepia, whatever it's called.
Sepia tone.
So I can't see no stars. Okay, now we can. Do we add some orange in? See if there's some colour to it. Okay, that might be alright. Let's just play that. There, we can see the stars quite easily now, can't we? So where's this object suddenly show up? I can see something moving here, I think. In the noise. Oh no, here it comes here, isn't it? Okay, so it looks like TR3B, doesn't it? Looks like it's got 3 edges to it. Got an edge here, edge there, edge there. Is it transparent? Now, he reckons he comes from aviation. He would know if it was a plane. Well, I can't see anything in between the dots. It looks like normal noise, doesn't it? Maybe we have to take some snapshots and put it through the other filter systems. See here, it's moving. And the front bit's gone now. Could it be a plane? It could be. But why can't we see it better if that's the case? Because that would be quite a wide wingspan, right? So we'd expect more reflection, especially with sonic camera. Could it be one of these drones that's using the 3 infrared lights on the nose and the ends of the wings? So it's gone. So it went from there to there. So it only lasts 3 seconds. 3 seconds. That's moving quite a bit. But is it faster than a plane could go? Probably not. Here it comes now, you see. 3 dots. And they're pretty close together, right? Now, if that was a plane, wouldn't we see other lights, though? You know, we'd see the red one, since his sonic is colour, isn't it? So, we'd expect to see red and green and white. Inverted, of course, but it's not appearing. So it could be 3 separate objects there. Or it could be, like he said, the same craft that he saw. Or maybe they got a fleet of them. Is it Black Ops or is it alien technology? Again, we just don't know. So let's turn that back off. Get a screen grab. Actually, we'll get the best image first. Let's see. Which one will be the best one to analyze? Have I missed it? No. There it is now. About there. I think it's less distortion in it. It's definitely got some motion blur here. There. It's hard to know which is the best frame to grab. Now it's fading again. Ah, right. It's passing stars at the moment. So that star is transparent, look. So if it's 3 objects, or it's a transparent thing with 3 engines on it, which is typical of a TR3B, isn't it? So let's turn that off, grab it, reset. Probably can't see it now, but it's there. Grab it.
Could be a TR3B human UFO.
Doesn't look like a typical TR3B.
It's got the lights in the corner, and it's triangle shaped.
Yeah, there's only a couple of frames where it looks good though. So I've copied that. Now it's coming up saving it. And I can shrink that back down now. Sorry about that. Okay, so let's open it up on the editor. Upper level. Don't think got it right. Open with. Okay, so we ain't got much to work with. I've got the edge of the. Damn, I got a tickle. Hang on. I got my jug of juice here, drinking it. It certainly flushes you out, that's for sure. I feel a lot better though, since I've been on this juicing diet. So that was the front light. End light looks the same one. So look, but they're probably stretched, are they? So it doesn't look anything without the filters, does it? That's why you got to do work on all your videos to bring out the details. What juice? Well, you have to join my Discord to find out. It's from the movie called Fat, Sick and Nearly Dead. The guy goes on this vegetable juice. And I must admit, second day in, now on the third, I'm not doing the full course, what do you call it, fasting version. I'm doing, breaking into it easily. I'm just doing juice in the day and then just my normal dinner. Well, actually not a normal dinner, just a small dinner that will stop me being hungry. and everybody else is eating big steaks and chicken and all sorts in the house while I'm trying to lose weight. And it doesn't sort of help, but yeah, I'm coping. Cutting down my calorie intake a lot, and hopefully I'll start losing some of the weight that I gained over lockdown. This it's called the reboot diet. I think that's the name I gave it. You have to do this, drink juice all day, all night for 10 days, and that's all you have, and it flushes you out. Detoxes you, and it helps you burn off fat. So that's just the brightness, and you can see it doesn't really do much for it, does it? But if we go to flip color, maybe we can see different colors. Maybe certainly seems to be yellow and green there for some reason. So that's the different blacknesses. It's certainly not helping us much, is it? But there's a light there, and the light there, and that's a star there. But you can see there's just not enough pixels really to work with.
Yes, 720p is hard when you zoom in. Really
Yeah.
hard.
So you can see there is variations in the blacks here, but there's no solid outline. Although technically, looks like there's something coming curving down here and it curves around there, if I'm not mistaken. Then it curves around there. Just stick with that one. So it kind of looks to me like it could be the same craft that you was talking about. But where's the triangle bit disappeared to, if that's the case? Let's draw a line and set the right thickness. Oh yeah, that's good. So it looks like the lights, two lights there, right? We got two lights here. And I'm not sure if that's part of another light here, but it does seem to have some sort of symmetry to it. And there was the other light that was moving at the front, right? And it looks like you could draw something that goes between the lights like that, and looks like there could be something that's coming down there and also around there. It kind of looks like a Klingon thing, but it also looks a bit like that transparent part of that craft. It's got that curvy bit there, and it's got a front bit here. So it's the three blades, right? So if you draw it properly, it looks like it comes around, goes up and around, and then front bit, then around, and then back around again. And it's transparent because we can see a star there passing through it. But it's a shame we just can't get enough colour difference. And just not enough pixel information. If they had more pixels, we'd be able to pull out more of the background versus the foreground. And there's not really much we can do with it, really. We can do a filter on a filter. It's going to get ugly.
Hey.
Shogun, how's it going? You only eat once a day, back to my recommended weight. Yeah, eat once a day is about 1,000 calories, isn't it? So you can... That's basically what the juice diet does, but also puts in these needed micronutrients into the system. What I'm having tastes very nice. because you can vary the vegetables and fruit you use. But you need to get one of those bevel juicers. They're really fun to play with. But yeah, I put in 2 apples. It doesn't matter what brand it is, any variety, as long as they're nice and juicy and of course fresh off the tree makes a lot of difference. I don't put in cow because that gives it tastes a bit more like coleslaw. Then I leave that out of it. I put then lots of carrots, 3 big carrots generally, maybe 4, and I put in 2 sticks of celery. And of course, once all that gets mixed together, and then what else did I put in? And 1 orange. And really, I should put in half a cucumber. There's a lot of water in that, so that gives you also micronutrients. But what happens is I mix it all together, and then I add some extra water from the tap. Because New Zealand water, you don't have to filter it too much because it's comes from deep underground, and they're not adding fluoride and chlorine to it yet. They use UV light, killing any bacteria that's in it through high-powered UV light thing, which they pump through. And no coffee or tea anymore, or milk. Although, come night time, I have had a black Earl Grey with some lemon added to it, which is not too bad. But yeah, you're meant to keep off that completely. Like I said, I'm just easing into it slowly. Brandy, coffee. Alright, he's talking alcohol. Yeah, you can make all sorts of wonderful drinks with veggies and fruit added to it. You know, all those cocktails can taste really nice. The pulp ends up in the worm farm out the back. Dad does gardening. He's got a raised garden. He's got the outback, and he's also got the raised garden, which you see on the yard camera. And just puts that over into the soil. It's got lots of worms, and of course the mice and rats find them. Set up a den inside the compost heap, and it makes Charlie want to go and grab them. He can hear them, but he can't get to them. Yeah, it tastes really nice. I was amazed how nice it tastes, because there's a lot of sugar in it, but because I take my insulin at the same time, it counteracts it during the day. And I could put my regular insulin in, which I haven't actually done today, so I'm probably a wee bit over at the moment, because I forgot to do it before the show. But that's alright, I'll just take it once we finish up here. What I do is I still run it through a filter. I built a little filter that clips onto the tap, and you just filter it through just to be sure. Filters out any heavy metals, calcium and all that, into a big blue jug, which I have with a thing called pure. It's called pure water or something. It's like it boils the water in a jug, and then it condenses it back into this blue jug, and you can get really clean water that way, which I use in Australia. It's the only way you can get really drinkable water over there. It's disgusting. Out the tap. And it's like swimming pool water times 10 over in Australia. Here in New Zealand we don't have that problem at the moment. Some of the larger cities probably have on the same route as Australia, adding chlorine or whatever it is. But,
It's too much fluoride. Too much fluoride and chloride in the water. It tastes horrible.
Well, they add.
I just drink Monster. Monster.
Yeah, they want to add fluoride to our water here because they reckon it's better for the teeth. But there's always been a lot of debate about fluoride being a poison. apparently if you ate 18 tubes of toothpaste, which I don't think it'd be possible, but I'd like to see someone try it. There's enough fluoride in there to kill you. And 18 tubes of fluoride toothpaste.
Isn't the fluoride like a neurotoxin?
Yeah, it will kill you. Just like anything, if you have too much of a
18
good thing.
tubes of toothpaste.
Yeah, I think you can look it up online. But, yeah, there's a lot of conspiracy around it. Because when they make aluminium, part of fluoride is one of the byproducts from the ore that it comes from. And they used to dump it into the water, but they can't because it's a toxic thing. It kills everything, so they have to dilute it down. So what they do is they ship it off, and they distill it and ship it off in tankers, and then they add it into your water supply because it's good for your teeth. Americans have really good teeth, don't they? But does it make them all go crazy? It might explain why everybody's crazy online, especially in ufology in USA, because they got fluoride in their water. But
It's
yeah,
true what Shogun says. Shogun says it blocks the pineal gland. He reckon it calcifies crystals around your pineal gland, and those calcified crystals block your pineal gland from operating.
What's the pineal gland used for again?
The pineal gland is isn't
Sperm?
it for like?
No, it can't be sperm, can it?
No, the pineal gland is like it's in between. It's in the back of your brain, and it's like I think it's where people when they meditate, the pineal gland opens up, and I think they say is where a lot of psychokinesis and telekinesis powers come from the pineal gland or something.
Probably have to do some research on that, but I know there's a lot of conspiracies around.
A lot of
fluoride.
stories. A lot of stories about it.
It's alright having fluoride in the toothpaste, right? Because you're brushing it onto your teeth and it absorbs through the outer layer and in your gums, but you spit most of it out, right? And it's a very low dosage, so as long as you brush your teeth. I brush my teeth as soon as they go yucky. And normally I was brushing it 5 times a day, and yeah, my teeth are pretty good, but I had some sort of gum problem where my gums shrunk away from my teeth and exposed the bottom of the teeth where there's no enamel, so I had to get fillings in to protect the bottom half. I think it's when my immune system went all crazy on me and my gums started to bleed. I think it's when it all happened. This immune system, which they can't fix, overactive immune system. Your third eye. So it's not actually a real gland? I suppose it must be, though.
It's a real gland.
Yeah. Anyway, why are we talking about that? Where's 18Wheels? Where's he disappeared to? Can he not phone? Can't he phone? Is he not answering Blue Chicken? I haven't had any lights light up on Discord. I've actually got it muted though. Is he on there? I can't see him. Jasper's there. Gab is there. And that guy that used to... and the guy, Area 51 or whatever his name was. No.
He's got MIA.
No. What's that guy called? Something Ambo. What was it? Area Ambo? 51 Ambo or something? He's on the side chat. He doesn't join us anymore. It's kind of weird. I think it's his son playing games on Discord though. See, I'm not sure what's going on with him, but he's got a new job and didn't have any time for UFOs anymore, I guess. Maybe I ruined it for him like I did with, what do you call it? Ruined it for John and Torson. I ruined it for him, showing everything was just misidentified and or hoaxes. But it's amazing what influence Secureteam had and Third Phase had on so many people in the negative way, that people don't know what is real UFOs and what's just disinformation or garbage, you know. And at the moment we're trying to get 18Wheels that films these things and has obviously sees it better with his eyes than the camera's recording as well. So we need to have his eyewitness account, which Mick West and people like that discount because they say the witnesses are not credible, which I call bollocks, especially if you get 2 or more people that can describe the same thing. Makes it more credible to me. They may not get all the right details each, but between them you get the average, right? The average sighting. What you say?
That's bad luck for me. I do all my astronomy by myself in my backyard. My cats are a witness. My cat's gonna witness the UFO I saw.
Yeah, looks like we won't be able to have him on then at this rate then. But it's alright, we keep on going. So yeah, what were we doing? Back up to here, we're trying to see if there's any shape in the noise. And I don't think we can get there. So this is a problem. That's why a lot of these podcasts always have to get the person on hours before, and if they're not technical and they have problems, right, they can just get them on just before the show starts. 18Wheels is a great guy. I've known him for years. Yeah, we're not questioning that. We're just questioning why he can't phone in, at least. He should be able to phone in with that number. Zelda map. Yeah. So yeah, I just can't see any lines or any connection points really. Well, that's one where we get a lot of the noise now, you see. We chopped down all the colours and just gone for the blacks and white here. So, again, we can't see any bright edges, but definitely looks like light in the front bit and a star. So it definitely looks like a TR3B, but not equilateral. So it looks like some sort of craft, but could it be a plane? We're just not seeing the body, but I don't think we are, because we're not seeing the red and the green lights in that video. So let's go back to it. He said they had another video. So that was minutes before the other one, which he got before the other triangle, which was that snapshot, that one there. But I think it might be the same thing. But it looks to me like that would be the edge where they got either windows where the light's shining through, and that's why it looks like it's uneven. That's where we enhanced it and got a triangle bit. Maybe the triangle bit's something to do with how it lifts up, maybe. Some sort of opening, wide triangle. Well, That's another good question. Why would it be triangle, not square or round? And yeah, we'll give him a bit more time, Blue Chicken. We can look at Gabba's stuff if it wants to. But you can see here, it sort of has a little white bit that goes down that way. It doesn't look like a star there, but it's a bit hard to know. And then it's got that patch here, so it does look like same sort of craft. So that could be windows. It could be all that edge could be the iron engines, right? It could be a bit like your plasma ball, where it's sort of sparkly edge on it, and that might be what it's doing here. But because it's so far away, we ain't got that sort of detail, right? He said he had some other videos, so let's just have a quick look at his channel. Is that the one? Where's the link? Oh, yeah, there we go. Let's see what else he's got. He just needs to learn how to do editing, or at least give it to someone that knows how to edit, analyze it, and then give him the stuff to put together into a video or whatever. But yeah, I'm not too sure which video. But he said the Astro train also appeared before the triangle. So we'll have a look at that one in a minute. Orbs rotating clockwise. Orb with a hole in the middle. Orbs changing direction. So I'm not sure if that's in the same day. Timestamp. Huge triangle craft recorded minutes before. That's that 101. Huge triangle craft. So what was that one there? Let's have a look. That was the one that I said is possibly birds, is it? Yeah. Oh, I remember this timestamp. It was somewhere around about here, wasn't it? So let's go. So, if it's not birds, maybe it's the same craft again. Let's have a re-look at it. And here it comes now. If it's not birds, looks like it's further up too. Come on.
There it is, coming across the screen. Bottom left corner.
You're not. There it is. Definitely looks like a V shape. But let's just go back to it again. Just trying to get it zoomed in right. So it starts off down here near 645. Around about the 50 mark, was it? 52?
$151.
Here it comes. There it is now. It's very faint. It's definitely further up if it's the same craft. It's a bit hard to know. Does look like it could be the same thing, right? But it's way up there. There it is there. And I think we can see it better with some filters added back to it again. So let's have a re-look at it. So I may change my opinion on it. So for this one, seems to have more light around the outside, which is kind of strange. See that? Why is that? I don't know. Something to do with the camera, is it? That sort of ruins it. There we go. Could try that one. Now we can see it a bit better. Certainly got some greens and yellows showing up for the blackness, right? Which is probably noise. But it looks like the same craft, right? It's got but it's going this way. So if that's the black triangle bit here, and this is the leading edge of that.
Shogun says that's there, all right. Not birds, in my opinion. I don't think it's birds either. I can see this triangle, translucent chevron shaped triangle.
See this mass here suddenly showed up. That mass there. See, it could be a line of flock of geese, and there's a pack of geese trying to catch up. They're forming like a line there. It could be birds, geese. Now let's just go over it again. But it does fit this other snapshot he's got. See, it's got that line. So could be a line of windows, of course. But that means the black triangle bit with the engine, with the shape of the craft around it, would have to be there. And I suppose it could be, couldn't it? Seems to be bigger there. See, it seems. So what I'm thinking is a pack of birds trying to catch up and join. Could be actually the triangle bit here, and that's the leading edge with windows or engine. It may have the other side of it, which we can't see, the same, right? So it's pushing it forward this way. So there's that bit where the triangle would be. I suppose if it's a triangle shape, it can go any direction and have engines on each of the edges, right? That means it doesn't have to turn or anything. It just can stop and go opposite the other direction because you've got engines on all sides. So is it black ops? Who knows? So yeah, maybe it's not birds. Does seem constant, doesn't it? But then I would just wish we had some more pixels to work with, you know. Then we could be sure, you know. But yeah, that's a wee bit better. Seeing that now with that filter there. Yeah, that little plug-in for the browser makes it really easy, doesn't it? And you can sort of capture that and add it into your videos if you wanted to as well. It's very limited, but Paint.net does a better job, of course. So that's the leading edge, and that's the triangle bit underneath. So it does seem to be some sort of motion blur happening there. And there seems to be a wee bit of lag because it seems to catch up. But we've got to remember that these cameras do have rolling shutter problems too. Any slight hand movement. But we're looking at all the same thing. I'm pretty sure of it now. So let's go back one. And see what else he's got that we haven't seen. So these need to be organized, really, don't they? They need to be edited and enhanced and then put in order. So he saw this first, and then this showed up. But to me, it looks like the same craft. And what's it doing? Going around circles, coming back around. You know, what's the map location he's filming from? Is it from a house, a motel, on the road? Can he even tell us what location it was? You know, all that needs to be added to a video, really, doesn't it? Strange lights close by. Airplane at the same distance as the strange lights video. Yeah, I didn't like that one too much. Orbs in formation. Oh well, let's just look at some of his other videos then, I guess. Flashing light, second video, Sunday night. Astro train, okay. So, did he say this was... This
Astro train is that... Astro train's that big cigar-shaped glowing
yeah,
thing.
let's have a look at that one.
1036.
Okay, so what timestamp was it?
1036.
We'll keep the same filters, I think. We might have to adjust it, actually. This one, video, might need... You can see it's slightly different. 1050. Let's see if we can see it on that setting. It comes across here, doesn't it? Oh, it comes across this way, doesn't it?
On the bottom left, comes across. Top right.
Is it?
I think so. Comes on the left-hand
see
side
it.
and comes...
We should be able to see it by now.
1036. You're at... No, it's at 1036. You're like 30 seconds behind.
Oh, right, we're a minute behind, are we? Yeah. Oh, yeah, let's just strip it on. Alright, it's right at the end of the video. Is there anything else that's popping up there, though, that he may have missed?
No.
There's some sort of noise there. That's the problem with these cameras, though. And clearly they're stars, right? You should be able to work out what stars it is if you knew what direction he was looking in. He was up at Oregon, didn't he say?
Oregon, I think so.
Yeah. Okay, so where's this object? Oh, he's seen something. I got it slowed down, by the way. What's going on? It's changed it completely now. We're gonna have to do. Obviously, there's more light.
Position.
All right, there's more light. There it is. Here is it? Down the bottom here, near the time. What's that? There it is. Is it?
Yeah, bottom left-hand corner.
Is that a triangle or is it a cylinder?
looks like a cigar.
We'll play it a few times with different filters. Well, that's definitely more defined. And it's not moving very fast, is it? You can see how fast it's moving now. You stop moving. It's 1 pixel every 1/4 of a second we got it on. So it's moving quite slowly, right? Like it's moving with wind. Unlike the other one, which was moving quite fast. High up as well. You reckon it's a cigar? It doesn't look like it on that filter level.
Yeah, on that filter level, it looks like a trumpet. It's like skinny at one end and then thicker at the other end.
Oh, it kind of looks like a caterpillar almost walking across the screen, doesn't it?
It does.
So let's turn off the filter completely. Pause it. Oh, right, that means we're going to have to reset that, that's alright. Okay, so that's what it looks like without any filters. And you can see here the shape of the glowing light in the atmosphere is what was forming, creating a false image, right? That's
The light.
definitely looks like a cigar-shaped
Long
light, doesn't it?
cylinder. Like a long cylinder or tube.
Yeah, almost like a fluorescent light, but he wouldn't be hoaxing, would he? He wouldn't dare hoax, would he? Yeah, we always got to keep that in mind, that we may be hooked, winked. It's not like we can put him on a lie detector test first of all and literally see if he passes it cleanly.
The camera made it pink. Yeah, the color night vision camera just picks random colors and then like enhances them with light or something. It's not its true color. It's just the way the color night vision camera works.
And of course that would be overexposed. But could it be the same craft that we were looking at before? Like, remember I was saying about the edge being really lit up? That could be the engine, and that's what we were seeing.
Because we're looking at it. We're looking at it at a different angle. Because we've got to remember the angle of the craft can also make its shape look different depending on which way the angles of the craft is showing us.
But then let's just grab that image there and enhance it, see if we can actually see anything.
See if it's got any edges or any other shapes to it, any geometric shape.
He said he had a second video of this one, the Astro Train. But it all happened in the same night, which is kind of strange. But then again, cigar UFOs have been linked with normal orbs, right? As well as triangles. So normally the cigar-shaped ones were called motherships, right?
Yeah.
And the triangles would either come out of the bottom or the end of the craft, along with classic UFOs, right? Dropping off the ends.
Yeah.
It's like a battleship.
Says he doesn't. Yeah. Blue Chicken says he doesn't hoax. He just videos it and edits it.
Yeah, but we got no one that films him doing it, right? If this is why I keep telling people, if you really want to prove to people, you set up a tripod of you filming at the time, and if you capture something, you're going to have also on the other camera, and there's no way you could then deny that you didn't, that you were filming it. You say, well, there's the proof. You even set up a second camera, different angle of you filming it. One that's further away, one that's closer. Even a second person with you would even add credibility, right?
As long as that second camera is pointing at that particular part of the sky and you that the UFO appears in, and they can appear like anywhere,
Yeah, I think that's the way to do it.
If you run to pick up the second camera and just turn it around to place it in so it can see that in the sky, and then you run back to your other camera, you've lost like 30 seconds of footage right there.
Yeah, but if you got it locked on tripods, right? So you got the sky as well on a regular camera. Like he's probably got a P1000 too, has he? Like you. Regular camera, filming you, and one filming the
Wheels
sky.
is here. Wheels is back. Look, Wheels is in the chat. I have 2 different recordings of the same craft with 2 separate cams.
Yeah,
Wheels
but why is he not on voice talking to us? Did you get the information that we sent you on Discord to join the chat? First of all, tell us what equipment you got for connecting to the internet. Have you got a laptop with Windows? Have you got Android? Have you got Apple? Anyway, I just need to minimize that. What are we looking at and talking about? We're talking about 18Wheels. He's a trucker in Oregon, I think it was. That sees things while he's travelling nighttime roads, I guess, and he's got various high-spec cameras that he records things on. So we're looking at the cigar UFO. I suggested it could be an advertising balloon that's got away, or a construction balloon, or some lighting that you use at events. So I'll go over that in a minute, but we'll first of all run it through some analysis. Did it save it? I think I saved it, didn't I? Let's have a look.
It's hard to tell how big it is, how big or small it is.
I just need to reposition myself because I never got comfy once I got back before.
It's really hard to judge distance at nighttime and how big or small something.
Yeah, but if you've got multiple camera views, you might be able to merge two different videos and work out distances from you. More information, the better, right? So more cameras that captures the same event, the better. Especially if you've got two.
I got two tripods now, so I can run the P1000 just in the background recording while
I think you should have
you
should do what I do with security cameras all around your house, right?
That's a true UFO hunter. Security cameras pointed upside down, pointing at the sky 24/7. That's how you got. That's how you got to do it.
And if you get those fisheye cameras, they're really good for doing that. You can just lay it flat down and it looks it straight up.
Hey Tommy, I'm Gabba Beast TV.
I can give you a link to AliExpress for the ones I bought, and they do up to 4K, I think now, but the 5 megapixel one does 2.5K, and it looks straight up the sky, and it uses a Sony sensor, and it looks like it does it. That's what I use for my yard cam, and you see how good quality that was coming out, and it's pretty wide angle lens as well. Alright, so we're just going to have a look at this one here. What the hell? Gonna push the wrong button now.
Yeah, I agree with Chicken. What Blue Chicken says, you need to be there to see with your eyes too, because what's on camera, when you look at it with your eyes, it might be a different color, different shape. I take my head out of the infrared camera, and I look at what I'm filming to get color, shape, try and judge distance and size, and then I go back into the infrared camera and continue filming. I do both at the same time.
As I said, the eyes have got a way better ISO than any camera, which means you got night vision that the cameras don't have. But they're getting up there. Eventually they'll be better than the eyes. And also our eyes do 537 megapixels. Imagine if he filmed that in 537 megapixels. So he's seeing that with his brain that way. So he's going to see it better than the camera's going to see it, right?
Yeah, take notes too. That's a good idea, Chicken. I usually just talk while I'm filming it, going, "Oh my god, it was
not that
like
one
15
again.
Jupiters, like putting 15 Jupiters side by side. That's the diameter over it. It's like the light was like as big as a basketball. Now the light's like a baseball. It's a bright white light, but it's got a slight yellow hue to it. It's coming in from the west. Now it's leaving in the south. So then I can look at the star maps, satellite maps, and airplane apps for directional change. I like just voicing my notes while I'm recording it.
Okay, so this is cylinder one. So is it just a cylinder, or is it just the edge of another craft, is the question.
Let's have a look. What can we see?
Got to change that zoom level.
You just hold Control key and put your mouse wheel forward. It'll zoom in for you.
No, I don't need to do that. I got the super zoom, which can go right in pixel level if I need to. It does sort of have like almost a white yellowness to it, doesn't it? Doesn't look like a a pure cylinder there, though, does it? It seems to like it has some sort of bend in
long
it.
rectangle.
It sort of taper. It
rectangle.
looks like it tapers off at the end here. Look, it tapers
Like it's
off.
skinnier at the end and thicker at the beginning.
Yeah.
Like I was saying, like it's a trumpet shape. Skinny at one end and thick at the other end.
Yeah, but it looks almost like a baseball bat in a way, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, that could just be the light from the night vision camera. Just
let me just play around with
an
it.
astro train.
So
What's an astro train?
we can get rid of the overexposure, right? So that's
Wheels.
what we're trying to...
Wheels says the light was rectangle shape. Rectangle.
Okay, so that's
That could
getting rid of that overexposure. That looks like almost like a blimp, you know. Could it be a blimp? Advertising blimp, you know. I talked about advertising blimp, but it does look like an advertising blimp because that's how bright they would be. That sort of
entire
escape.
skin, would the entire skin of the outer skin of the blimp glow that bright though?
Yeah, it would, because we've looked at it before. So that's getting rid of the exposure. Let's just run it through.
Wheels thinks the light was a rectangle when he saw it with his eyes.
Yeah, but that's
It
not
could just look like look like a drumstick or a blimp, or because of the night vision.
that
Just the way
does
the
look
night
like
vision works.
that does look like the body of the craft there. You can see it's skinnier because we've got rid of the overexposing here. Does seem to have like that tapering off.
It's too long for a blimp. Yeah, blimps aren't that long.
What do you mean blimps not that long? Airships.
Unless it's the Led Zeppelin, but they're big. They're really thick and wide in the middle. They're not long.
It's only that big. You got to remember we're sort of scaled it up here. So I did actually have a look online. Something that's bright, and there's a thing called LED lights, things like this, but it's not that shape, is it? So I'd have to discount it. But they're using it like street lamps here, right? And they can actually pull it and lower it down, and then it raises back up.
Will says the light was blinding to the eye. That's how bright the light was, and had smoke or fog spraying around the top structure and light. Smoke or fog spraying around top structure and light.
So you can get these yard lights. It even looks like a UFO. Look, this looks like it's got windows, and it's got little holes underneath. It looks just like a UFO. You can see they've got it anchored here, so it's helium, and it anchors it off to where? To the tree or something here, is it? Porch. And it just hovers there. Obviously it's a power cable, so it must be going to the porch. So I don't think that would be running off batteries. If that escaped, it would go out, I would have thought. But they may have ones that have LiPo batteries in them and can run a few hours after the power's cut, which would make sense, because at a vent, if you get a power cut, you want to be able to have lights still. For it's obviously used for weddings, right? But it's not that shape. Looking at the editor, though, it doesn't fit it. So, but we have to keep an eye out on these things, see what's available out there. Of course, they use it for movie sets too. Adaptable lighting solutions. They use it inside buildings, even outside theme parks, right?
Yard lights don't fly.
They use them inside big movie sets, and they use them outside movie sets. They use them for street lamps. So yeah, there's all sorts of craziness. Look at that one. And there's one on a tripod. Obviously they get quite bright. So that's another possibility, but there's advertising blimps too. Night blimps, night. Not sure if we're going to get a nighttime picture, but we can try. And you can see they'll come in all different shapes and sizes, right? Different color schemes, but you get these little ones here with a big thing on the side. Obviously, it scrolls
Those
right
blimps
in.
look like a football. They look like a football. They're thick. They're wide in the middle. The diameter in the middle is wide.
But it's a whole variation of them, though. Let's see if we can find one that sort of matches. That looks like a little bomb, doesn't it? Here's one that sort of fits the shape here. 7-Up advertising. You see? Keep looking. We ain't going to see the fins because they ain't going to be lit up.
Wheels says, explain how the footage is purple in color and the infrared cam with the infrared cam versus grey in the cell footage.
I'm not sure what you mean. We're looking at the Sonics video, weren't we? And there's no colour there, apart from white. So have you got another camera view of that on a different camera? Is that what you're saying? Because
it's grey in the cell footage. His mobile, the cell phone. He was saying when he filmed, he's got cell phone footage of that, and it's grey in the cell phone. Where it's got that.
So we need to see that video then. But anyway, let's have a look at the blimps. So these are all different advertising blimps. They can be like remote controlled. They can be on tethers outside a shop. Like this one here. Now if that was lit up with LEDs inside, that'd be similar to what we're seeing, but this one's obviously fatter. Japanese one here, or Chinese I think. So there's a lot of different blimps out there. And here's an advertising blimp with a tether, right?
Wheels dropped the link in for the cell phone footage.
Right, we'll have a look at it in a minute. Can you phone in on mobile so we can actually hear his voice? Can we have an interview with you? But anyway, I'm just saying this. We can't rule out blimp. That's what I'm saying at this stage. Just close that down now, and that one. Where's the cross gone? Give me the cross, you rat bag. Where's the crosses? Oh, well, I'll just have to use this add-on that I've got. Makes it a lot easier. What's that one? UFO 3D model, yep. So, as we said, doesn't fit this one, does it? But the other ones, or the triangle shaped ones, it possibly could fit it. Is what we determined on that angle there. So we're seeing that edge there, and we're seeing something that sort of emits light. Whether it's coming from that triangle bit, I don't know. And that was an enhancement. So it does look like a straight edge there. But it could be like that one there, right? the edge of it, all this illumination. But then why have we got a fat end and a skinny end if it's light? And why can't we see any more of the shape? So, because this is what happens with Mick West. Remember, he was talking about the glare is actually hiding the real object behind it, and that's why the gimbal and all that is actually a rotation of the flare, and you can't actually see what the real shape of the object is behind it, like a plane or whatever. So that's what he was saying. So it might be the same here. You can see now we start changing shades of black. We can still see that shape happening in the middle here. You can see how far the blackness variation.
See how it changes there. Now it's skinnier. Because the light glare can distort the shape, especially with the night vision. The night vision just enhances light. So you get a lot of glare from infrared and night vision.
Still could be. Yeah, what's interesting though, if this was a lit up airship, why haven't we got more light coming out this way, same as we have this way?
Wheels says the light is drowning out the top of the structure. So the light glare is like drowning out seeing the top of the structure.
Another thing I noticed too is this is actually starting to form a triangle shape, right? See that there? See how it's got a really smooth round edge here, matches that model. It's almost like the same craft is circling him for some reason. It could be the same craft. Is that on the same night? You said it was all on the same night. This is earlier.
He says Essetti Ranch recorded the same object 9 days after my signing. Another person.
Have we got a link to that? Have we got a link to any images or drawings that people drew of the sighting? So to me, that could be like the engine edge, right? And here, again, we've got the edge of that craft that's invisible, being illuminated in the darkness slightly, but still invisible. And it does look like it does go into a kind of a boomerang shape. So it could be. I don't know if we can do any more enhancements on that at all. I'm ruling out it is an advertising blimp. I can't rule out possible everything though. Oh, here we go. Finally caught up with us. Okay, let's see. That one's a really strange one, but it does look like it's got a triangular shape happening. You can see how much light goes out, right, in the atmospherics there. So you can see here, it goes way out here. But it does have that roundness in the light. Could be reflecting of an invisible body, right? I just wish we had more pixels to work with, you know. So it could come out to here, around here, up there.
I found the Essetti Ranch video. I'll post the link for you.
Let's see, let's draw a triangle around it. Alright, have a look in a minute. I don't think it's an equilateral triangle. So we'd have to come around that way. But we didn't actually see triangle corners, we saw rounded corners.
It changes position in the Essetti Ranch video, it actually changes position. You can see different sides of it.
Now, we didn't see it go this far out, though, but maybe the light from this engine, that's if it is an engine, which we're just speculating at this stage, only goes to the middle here. How come we can't see that triangle bit in the middle? So really it has to have a triangle around corners. I don't know if I got anything that sort of has that. Closest thing would be that one there, wouldn't it? Or the heart. Let's try that one. See, it's not that shape. It's not that shape. It's too. Shame we haven't got a boomerang type shape. That one. No. It's not really a triangle, what he saw, so, but if you can imagine the corners, how does it drift across the screen? Is it like it's being pushed this direction? Which is strange for an engine then, isn't it? Let's have a look. He's got a tree there as a reference now. Now this is why you need several cameras on the same damn thing, really. One further back, one close up, one with you actually filming it, and then you got 100% proof that you're not faking it because you got 3 cameras of it, and you got yourself included in the video.
The Essetti video looks exactly the same. Exactly.
But it does look like it's drifting up here and moving over this way, though, doesn't it?
It drifts the same way in the Essetti video too.
So it could be an engine, though, couldn't it? It could be an iron engine, because we slowed it right down here. It's slowly pushing it up and along. So it's gone on an angle like that. Okay, so where's this other video? We got several links posted here, so I'm a wee bit confused.
I posted the link to the Essetti video.
I'll just have a look at the SETI one first. Again, you got to see if you can get on mic 18Wheels, because it doesn't really mean much to have an interview otherwise.
No, that is not a triangle. No, that is not a triangle. The light is on the bottom of a structure that looks like a freight train. So he's saying it's that long rectangular shape we were discussing before.
Yeah, but it's not what we're seeing, though. What's this? Skywatch Mothership. Hey? Oh, we got it in slow motion, have we? Alright. Okay, this one's looks similar, I must admit. Is that the same craft on the same night? Is that what you're saying? Have we got a date and time on it? May 25th. But when was it filmed? Can we rule out airship though? Doesn't look like a square. Rectangle, I mean.
Yeah, I got it on film.
Yeah, so what if we put some filters on that one? That's interesting. Does look like the same sort of shape happening though, doesn't it?
Yeah, I put them away.
That looks like long rectangle to me.
But I got these on film. This thing on film, whatever. Yeah. Look at that.
See, it's not a saucer, because it's got a fat end and a skinny end on it,
Like
which is typical of a damn bloody blimp. I mean, airship.
That could just be the light. That could just be the light glare from the infrared night vision camera.
Yeah, we'll just keep watching it and see if it changes.
Yeah, and it came from the left by the moon.
Another orb comes in from the top,
Yeah, this is the.
and then there's like another. There's like another. There's like another orb behind it. There's like another orb behind it further on in the video that's like flashing, like trailing just behind it also.
Oh, there's stars.
That looks like a long train to me.
Man,
That looks like a
as soon as I
long
leave,
train.
It's gonna happen, and then I came back and grabbed the camera.
Yeah, it looks like it's. You can't rule out airship. I'm sorry.
And you can tell it's kind of on the outer orbit the way it's tilted.
Backdrop. There's the ground. There's the mountain.
But get me in there.
What mountain?
Welcome back, Susie.
Anyway, better not play too much of that. You know.
Tommy says whatever it is, it looks exactly like the other video. I agree, Tommy. I agree.
I wouldn't say exactly, but it's close.
Yeah. That's a peel floating in, Lou.
But we still can't. It's moving quite slow, that one though. Let's go back to this one. If it'll let us. I think it's moving at the same speed, was it? Let's have a look.
Look very similar to speed. That looks a bit like it's a bit closer. It's closer to him in distance.
10 something right at the end, doesn't it?
See, that looks like it's a little bit further away.
There it is.
Choo choo.
Yeah, it's definitely further away than what they got, but they might have more. The stars were a lot bigger, so obviously they had better optical zoom. Maybe, I don't know. It's moving at the same speed.
They had different night vision goggles. They had the night vision goggles that enhances all the light. Different camera. I think they had like Gen 2 or Gen 2 night vision goggles or something. It looked like.
Yeah, I
Gen
still
1,
think
Gen
we can't
2.
rule out. We can't rule out airship on that one. But why would there be an airship and then a translucent triangular boomerang Black Ops craft or whatever? So yes, it's kind of strange.
Was that triangle? Was that filmed the same night as this object?
I think he said it was. Anyway, he said he put up some.
Maybe that TR3B is the triangle is the human spaceship, and it's like it's looking for that astro train that flew past. Maybe it's like scouting around where did that astro train go.
He said there was another video of that astro train. Which one was it now?
The cell phone.
Let's see. Did he post the link to it?
I'm pretty sure he posted the link. Find it for you.
Let me just copy that one.
Yeah, this is the cell phone link.
Yeah, but we gave you some numbers to phone in. Phone in the number. It's free, no charge. Just phone up the number, type in the PIN number, and you can be talking to us. If you can't get your app working, which is very strange, because the app is better if you've got Wi-Fi connection, especially.
Link cell phone astro train.
I was just trying to find why I can't copy the link. Why is it not Okay, must have clicked the wrong place. Let's try the next one that he's pasted here.
Susie says, I think most UAP or UFO are our black budget and stuff never been privy to. You could be right. A lot of the UFO sightings could just be our black ops craft. They're just testing them. Because they gotta make a dozen different types of shapes and crafts and then try all different things and test them in flight.
Did you guys post the same one? Because it looks like it.
No, that's the mothership one.
Yeah. Well, you haven't given your links names, you see, so I've got nothing to go on.
I've named the link in the chat.
No, he's posted it, but he hasn't posted a name. So what's this one here?
Sorry, can't call right now. We'll call in a bit.
Okay. Oh, why are we looking at the chili one? Is it on the same night or what? Because I don't like chili ones. Chili ones is always going to be hoaxes or damn balloons or advertising blimps. So this one is not going to be the same. Betcha.
The train, as I call it, has been recorded all around the world and still
yeah, that's got
continues
separate
today.
lights happening then. Let's have a look. Of course, that guy can't keep it still. Where's it gone? That one could be a plane as well, couldn't it? That's no good.
That's a mobile phone. You're not going to see nothing in there.
No, that's just useless. Could be a plane, could be anything. Because they do have lights on planes that light up the fuselage, some of them. Yeah, so we're better off with the other videos of yours of the 18 ashtray train. Ah, damn. Was it that one? No, that wasn't his, was it? Here we go. So, ashtray train. I think I only saw one with ashtray train in the name though. Starlink. Oh, here we go. Is that the other one? 1 year ago. Number 2. That must be it then. Let's just grab it from there. Okay, have we got a minute? Alright, don't need it. Okay, this one's not as illuminated now. Is it the same thing? See, that looks like an edge of a craft now, doesn't it? That looks totally different. Maybe because it's not being overexposed this time by the like the other camera. So this is a smartphone, cell phone. That's very strange. Okay, so that one doesn't look like a blimp now, does it? It doesn't look like an airship. Where's it gone? Keep it steady. Where's it gone? Where's it gone? I lost it again. We need to play that slow motion, I think. That gets rid of the handshake. Yeah, here we go. So let's just look at it non-filtered first. Yeah, I'm not seeing a rectangle though. To me, it looks like almost like could it be rotating letters on a blimp side? Looks like letters there, you know.
I think it's long rectangle shaped. Just seeing pixelation from a low megapixel
that could be like
phone.
scroll. That looks almost like scrolling text on a side of a airship.
I think that's just pixelation from a low megapixel phone.
Yeah, but it also could be because we ain't got enough pixels, enough going on. Could be rotating text. See how it sort of wobbles along. Could be atmospherics, but it also could be text on
If
the
it
airship.
was rotating text, the text would be brighter because the text would be actually LED lights. It would
No,
like
but
light up.
we're talking about a smartphone trying to capture it, so it's only going to capture the brightest bit. That's why it's different than the other video, right? Look, it's almost like characters then, look.
I think it's just the pixelation from low megapixels. And then it focuses, unfocuses. The autofocus is always slow. I think the general shape seems to like be when you can see the general shape here or there. It's like a long rectangle type shape, like a train, like how he called it an astro train. It's got that train sort of a shape.
I just can't rule out airship with writing scrolling there actually.
It was the fog or mist spraying around itself as it was flying through. That's what you might think looks like the letters scrolling.
Yeah, it could be atmospheric.
Drain my batteries, guys.
See, it looks like letters there all of a sudden, doesn't it? But it's this movement and the shimmering. So you ain't got your phone on charge, is what you're saying? Is there any reason why you can't talk? Are you still driving? What's going on there?
No, Susie said her batteries are draining.
Well, can't you get to an AC outlet? Yeah. So what else can we look at? So really, we need to know how did he film it? Did he stop his truck, get out? Was he at a motel? Was he at home? Was it out in the whatnot somewhere? All that sort of stuff. So we need to really have him on voice. If we can jump on, because we're going to run out of time otherwise. We've been going, 4.5 hours now. So, what other videos has he got here anyway? So you're at home. It flew past my front yard. Okay, so that's why you probably can't give out GPS, because that would help which way you're looking and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, if you're out in the open road, you can probably give off the GPS then, couldn't you? And provide more information. Without getting some crackpot come to your house. What else we got?
Will says he's still waiting for the kid to fall asleep. He says sorry.
What's this one? Strange lights close by. Let's have a look at that one. That's got a bit of light in it. I got it slow as well. It's only a minute long though. Yeah, so is it triangle lights? What are we looking at? We got regular blinking happening like planes. See, that looks like high up planes to me. We've got the regular strobing effect happening in there with some red in it. If it's 3 lights, that would be more interesting.
I think there was a third light in the beginning of it, a very faint one.
No, I think that's a star.
Star.
Yeah. Yeah, that looks like... Let's put it on normal speed. That looks like normal aviation lights. Now this is why you got to use the apps at the same time, just to prove to us there's no regular planes in the sky, but military ones, they obviously turn off the call sign. See, that looks like a regular pulsing, doesn't it? Aviation every second. Could be helicopters though. It's hard to know.
Why are the lights so wide apart? The plane couldn't be that wide.
That's why I said it could be helicopters. Oh, there's 3, is it? Or was that a star? Oh, it's passing a star, isn't it? See, again, where you got UFOs, real UFO craft happening, you always get these black helicopters too, don't you? So it makes sense that there'd be helicopters flying around, especially on the same night that you see a UFO sighting. Could that be a Chinook though? Is it distance? How do the lights work on a Chinook? Is it like a Chinook helicopter maybe? Front and back pulsing lights of a Chinook helicopter. But I can't hear any helicopter noises.
I don't hear the rotor blades of the helicopter.
Yeah, but on these shows lately, they've been filming helicopters and you can't hear them on their HD cameras either. Expedition X, have a look at their cattle mutilation one they did. And they actually capture one of these helicopters in the sky. And they find a landing pad in the area as well, a concrete landing base. They reckon that they're just monitoring radiation leak from some sort of experiment that went wrong because it got into the groundwater and cattle, you know, drink the water and whatnot. But anyway, let's have a look at something else. Here's another good one. Starlink, no. Flashing lights from space.
Wheels says check out the video. Orb gets brave.
Can't quite see that one.
Orb
Is it
gets
further
brave.
down or further up? 2 objects.
Type orb, brave orb in the search.
Orb almost collide. Light flash in the sky. What's all this stuff? Balloon.
Will says above this video I have a plane recorded to show what a plane looks like with the Synox color night vision camera.
Is that the Ghostbuster ambulance? What's that one? I'm not afraid. Ghost, yeah. So it must be further up here then. Red dot orb flashes. Astro one. So he's got the Astro one, which is interesting, and he's got the triangle ones, right? So he's got 2 good ones. The other one's debatable. Yeah, I can't see the one he's after though.
Brave orb. You might have to search for it in the channel search. Brave orb. There. Intelligent orb gets brave. The big orange text in the middle. Top middle.
Well,
it's right there.
You probably saw it when just as I hit enter on the search. But anyway, it doesn't matter. We found it by doing the search. Oh. Sounds like Terminator. Terminate that orb. Okay, we just want the normal sounds. Okay, what time do we look at here? Something moving.
There's the orb at the top.
Yeah, it needs some video enhancement done to it though. Again, you need to still use the flight radar apps and even satellite apps and rule it out. See, that could be a satellite, couldn't it? But is that actually coming down? Looks like it might be getting bigger. Or brighter.
It's moving too slow to be a satellite. Satellites move 5 times faster.
Oh, I don't know.
I haven't seen any satellites that move that slow yet.
No, it's gone to a cloud cover there. What was that flashing I saw there?
Like
There's a plane. There's a plane in the clouds there. Look, is it? No, what's going on there? Look, it's going all over the place. I have to look at that again.
They're putting all over the place.
Yeah, I've got to play that back a wee bit. What happened there? Is it multiple orbs or one orb?
There it is there, flying down.
Yeah, but where was those other flashes? Yeah.
I couldn't tell because you were zooming in everywhere.
Yeah, it moved.
Is that it lights up? It gives us a big flash. It lights up really big.
No, but there's another light there, look. Going all over the place.
Yeah, then there's the other light. There it is there. There it is on the right hand side.
Yeah, but he zoomed back out again.
Yeah, there it is there, that one. Bang, 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 bang. That's all over the place. Look at that one. Whoa. It was everywhere, all at the same time. It was just like, it just flashed all over the screen. What the heck? One orb, no idea what other flashes are.
Oh, right, no, how he's moving.
Wheel says that's the one orb, and he has no idea what that other flash, like, jumping all over the screen was.
Yeah, the other flash was more interesting, I thought.
Yeah.
Is that the orb there, going away, or was it further down here now?
That's moved, I think. That's just a star, it looks like.
I think there must be stars. Yeah, so that's the orb going down.
That's too slow to be a satellite. It's just moving like slow motion.
Yeah, we're in slow motion though.
Huh? Yeah, but even at normal speed, it's very slow.
Well, it's not blinking with aviation lights, is it?
And it flares up there. Look how big it gets. It just flares up. There's a big flash.
Yeah. I don't know. Could it be iridium
that
satellite?
Flash? That flash was double. doubled the size. It just doubled its
I'd be a
size.
lot happier
Nuts.
if I had like the star map and flight radar up on the same screen at the same time. Oh, this light here that's blinking. It zooms out. And then what happened to it? It changed directions. It's coming
That one almost
back.
disappears. That green
No,
one
no,
comes in.
it sort of blinked, and then it sort of come back again.
Yeah, there it comes back.
You're not near an airport by any chance, are you? How can we prove you're not near an airport? And you're seeing like Holden pattern. Let's just go back to that one. Unfortunately, he zoomed in, didn't keep it steady for that time. Yeah, that one's going down. But as far as I can see, there's no other blinking lights. We can see stars. Oh well, game. Doesn't look like we're going to get you on voice, does it, today? Which is what I thought would happen, actually. But anyway, it doesn't matter. That's why I always had backup plans. Oh yeah, there's that flashing light.
Yeah, it comes in from the right. It goes all over the place.
Now it's coming back again. Now it flies around again. That was really strange. It sort of come in like that, went around a circle, and then went round
Bang,
like
bang,
that again.
bang, up. Bang, bang. Went to the right again. Now it's gone to the right. Now it's gone up. Now it's gone back to the left. Up, left.
Which
So
kind of
it's
makes
like
me wonder if
everywhere.
it makes me wonder if that was a helicopter or a drone that was looking at the other object, right? So if they sent up a jet or something, or a helicopter, military helicopter, just to check out what it was, it's already.
How does it go from left to right so quickly though? Like in a few frames, it just goes left, right, up, down, back to the left again.
Okay, this. There it is. Yeah, where's it gone now? I saw it blink here.
There it is. There.
There. It's not really that erratic at the moment. And then it looks like it's turning. Coming back again. Could be a helicopter.
It's turned around.
And then it's gone around again like a helicopter in low flight, isn't it?
But for a helicopter to turn around, it takes like 5 seconds, 6 seconds. Like it turns around really
I don't know.
slowly. Unless it's one of those like light Rocky helicopters, they're really fast and turn really quickly.
Let's have a look at it again. So it's going past. You reckon? I still think that could be a satellite. You reckon it's going too slow, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I think it's going too slow. I've filmed hundreds of satellites. I've never seen them go that slow.
Yeah, but you're in Australia.
Maybe you have different satellites in America. I don't know.
Well, they have.
Maybe the spy satellites go really slowly so they can do spy work. I don't know.
Yeah, so that passes, and then
I thought once they're locked in orbit, they got to go at the orbit speed.
And now he's zoomed in. There's something there. There it is there. Here's the helicopter, I think. Moving there. Then suddenly went boom boom.
Flashes there.
So I think it's lower down than this. Where'd it go there? Looks like it's trying to hunt for something, isn't it? It's gone like there. Then straight along, and then he's zoomed back out again. So where are we now? Oh, there it is there. And it went straight up. And then turned. And then it went straight up again. Turned back onto its regular course. That's a really strange flight path. It has to be a helicopter, or could it be an RC toy or drone or something? Because it does look like it's going faster than a regular helicopter, I must admit.
It does all of that in like 5 seconds, 6 seconds.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit hard. I can't hear any noise, but then again, if it's high enough up, we're not going to hear any noise. Yeah, it's difficult. You know, this is where you need to use the apps to rule out stuff being owls. And satellites, of course. But anyway. So, are you likely to get on voice? I think we've been through most of the good videos now, haven't we? Yeah, but we showed off the model. You'd have to play back and watch the series. I mean the episode. And yeah, there it was there. What's this? Astro train. Recorded. Oh, that's the other video, was it? What's that one there? Astro train with pics. Let's have a look at that one. What's he done here? What's that?
Isaac Newton. For every action, if this were a rocket.
Okay, I've got to be careful of copyright claims. What's this one? What the hell is that?
Look how old that computer is.
Yeah, I know, it's old, ancient. Believe it or not, that's what we had to use when I was at university. That was like the max we had to use. Okay, so we've seen that already, haven't we?
I remember using those Macs in high school with the green screen.
Yeah.
Tiny little screen.
There is a thing called ghost rockets, which would be shaped like that, though. And ghost rockets were said to be like that, but they moved quite fast, not slow, as far as I understood. I don't know if you get any images or not. There's not much up there, I don't think. Kind of looks the same tear shape, you see. Could be a ghost rocket. So apparently this was 1946, I think it was, where they started appearing slightly after World War II. So whether someone had got hold of their hands on some Nazi research, or at the time there was a guy called Victor Schauberger, which I talk about in one episode, that was working on tornado vortexes of all things to use it as a propulsion, and it would create a tunnel effect, so you'd get no sonic boom noise. So this is an inverted tornado, right? Coming back down. Could be one of his, that someone got hold of his prototypes and plans and developed it further, experimenting. But it's a bit hard to know. Because there was another sighting in 1948, I think it was, in America, where it's a ghost rocket. If you go to my episodes, let's have a look at what I did there. So So it's funny how you do all these episodes years ago, but you always refer back to them because they always come in handy, because it's hard to find the stuff going on the web because it disappears. Ghost rocket. So I did this one here. This is meant to be a drawing of a ghost rocket, which looks really blimp-like, right? And it also has a silver and a light. It has a row of windows on it. What else we got? There was another one here. 1948 case, which is again this shape of a tear shape, which is very similar if you dull down the brightness of that video. We had that sort of shape happening, right? So we go to that one there. People said it was probably an airship they saw, but they denied it because it had rocket engines firing at the back of it, which your one didn't have. But maybe it's
building a new.
But when you're talking about another 80 years on, the technology would improve where they don't have rocket engines on the back of it. So let's just go back to the beginning of this episode. And it shows how old it is. But this is drawings that the pilots drew of this ghost rocket, which looks very similar to what you recorded, right? And it's got some sort of flames, very dense flames pushing it along at the end here.
It's cool.
So it's called the Charles Whitted UFO Encounter. So there's a little documentary I made. You probably have to watch it in HD to read all that fine print, which it's not, because Google's decided to put it on. Oh, alright, 720. I only had 27 back then. So still, should be able to read it on 720. Yep. But we'll just skim through it.
Charles and Whited.
So just skim through. There's the two pilots, and Wikipedia and all information that we could find about this story. And here's some pictures they drew, and they said they had a row of windows and the flames coming out the back. But you can see this one's almost squarish on the end here, but yeah, it doesn't look too much like an airship from that drawing there, does it? And that's what the other guy drew, which is more of a tear shape. Just goes to show, you know, you got to take the average between the two shapes, but they got the same thrust out the back here, and the windows, which they saw people staring through. Is that people? It's not the best. It's obviously one of these facsimile type scans, right, from a FOIA request or something like that. Newspaper clippings, right? That's probably what it's from. So they're comparing how it flew, and this is someone's rendering of it, which is that tear shape happening.
What is the meeting ID number so I can call in? Will says.
The PIN number I gave you, it's in the post on Discord. US number followed by the PIN number hash, and it's quite like 10 digits or something, so I can't tell you because we don't want people jumping on like trolls. That's why it's done in private. You just have to check what I posted for the PIN number. Blue Chicken, you still there? Is anybody there? Anyway, this is what they were flying. DC-3. And the maximum altitude that this flew up was like 1,000 feet. I think it was 2,000. Had a small range. Maximum speed 333 kilometers per hour. Range 2.5 kilometers maximum. I think it was flying at 1,000 feet when the UFO come down right next to it. So that means it can't be like a... Some people said it was like a meteorite, or what do you call it, fireball passed them by. But to go level with a plane at 1,000 feet, I don't think we've had any other fireball with that claim. So that's what the debunkers were saying it was. And they say no, they could see windows.
Today for aerial spraying.
Okay, so they use it now for aerial spraying. So I was working out higher up they were. Alright, it was just less than a mile. 500 feet, 5,000 feet they were up, not 1,000.
Mile up.
And so I looked at buildings that are actually a mile long, and there is actually one in Saudi Arabia that's
3,000 feet high, and it has towers that got...
So that's where the plane was flying, at that tip of that building.
destroyed in 9/11. And
there you go, look, the plane was flying at that altitude here. Regular sky rises, and this stupid one here in Saudi Arabia. Yeah, would you have a fireball that travels at that height above the city constantly, following a plane, and then it shoots off upwards and leaves the atmosphere? I know we do get fireballs that skim off the atmosphere and bounce back up into space, but not at 5,000 feet. So yeah, I reckon they saw something real, and it didn't sound like an airship, because none of the airships had rocket engines, because they're helium, right? They're hydrogen, not helium. So they're explosive bombs. They're not going to have like a rocket engine on them. Back then, there were no helium ones around at the time. So someone's drawn a rendering of their drawing here with their plane approaching it. It kind of looks like a bullet, doesn't it? That one. So that was one which I thought was a ghost rocket in 48. But if you watch my other episode here on Scheisberger, he actually was experimenting with this stuff, which means it doesn't have to be alien technology. But then again, who's flying around it at the moment in these craft? That's the question, if that's the case. So he's mucking around with this vortex engine that actually spins and creates a like a tornado from hot vapor.
A lot of information.
Like water vapor, of course.
There about him.
So I'll just go through it, talking about.
In a way, he's talking
about his experiments, creating a vortex, right? Like that, but using water vapor. And of course, that would create a bubble in front, which would stop the sonic boom happening, and you'd go really fast.
What are the best tapping into?
So basically, it's sucking the air using a vortex of hot water vapor shooting it out the back.
Yeah,
and we got some blueprints. He was like the master. They call him the master of water. He watched how water would work in riverbeds, and how little water you needed to float a big lumber down a small channel. And he worked out if you created vortexes like a ripple pattern in the water. You could use very minimal water, and the vortex would lift up the log and bounce it along. So yeah, they still use these ideas today. But he was working on his vortex engine, which is like a little tornado, spinning at real fast speeds. And that's what they reckon the Germans were getting him to work on, the Glockenbill, or whatever it's called, the Bell UFO. They reckon it was his technology, but they were spinning mercury instead of water vapor. And some claims that it created a portal in time and sucked it into it and changed. They reckon the Ketzberg UFO might have been the Nazi bell that come back through the portal in a different time period. Or maybe it went somewhere and come back, right? So who knows? Because they covered that up, didn't they?
Shaped was good.
They said it had some funny characters around the rim of the Ketzberg one, which was very similar to the Nazi bell that had symbols going around the base of it as well.
For storing it, and there they took the stories.
Okay, so here's his machine here, but it's missing a component of it, and basically you can see it was spinning around creating a vortex and a jet coming out the back. And some drawings of it. So I just wonder if somehow someone got hold of the blueprints and took on his research into 46 and 48 and managed to get it working. And this is one of the things he wrote here, like a submarine, right? But it uses a vortex to repel it through water very fast. And there's his engine at the front there, and I suppose the vents are out the side here. But it does have a ghost ship shape to it, right? There you go. So that's how it worked. It created a vortex right around the outside of it, pushing it along. And that kind of looks like what we're seeing in those images. You know, it could be an airship, it could be a ghost ship. So the opening sucks in the air or water, makes it spin around in a certain way, creates a vortex around the outside of it, which prevent it creating a sonic boom. Creates a bubble from sucking in the air very quickly here, so it never actually builds up on the front. It's very interesting. It's very interesting what he was doing. Whether it went nowhere, we don't know. Maybe it did. I'll post a link to it anyway so you can watch the full episode of me talking. Ghost rockets. I think there was some images of some ghost rockets in there, which we had a quick look at anyway. I'm not sure if I spelt that right. Did it go? Oh yeah, it looks alright. And that 48 case goes with it, really. I think there's another case in 1976 of another ghost rocket sighting. So that's like 30 years after that one. Yeah, so that one was debunked as a experimental rocket that someone was airship someone had put rockets on, or a fireball, which I don't think either of them fit. But anyway, apart from that, so 18Wheels, are you still there? looks like we're not going to get him on voice, I don't think. Anyway, it's been quite interesting what we've done tonight anyway. But it would have been good to have an interview. Oh look, we've lost Gabbard too, is he? Everybody's gone. Yeah, so really, just a shame that we haven't got more cameras on the same thing at the same time. And we're not filming what's on the app screen. So what you could do is have a smartphone set up outside if you want to, with the apps on it. Like, get some tablets, right? Get some Android tablets, run up the software. Get some of those special tablet holders, and then you can just put it on a tripod, and then you can have a camera that films them. So, and then you can sync it up with what you're recording in the sky, and if something happens, then you can see there's nothing on those. The way to do it is how I do it, which I'll be starting up soon. The weather's getting good enough to now to set up my big camera outside. If we go to my, I'll just show you what I did when I do sky watching, because this is how you're going to have to better document things. I'll just expand that for a minute while I look. This is really setting it up, right? So whereabouts was the last one? I think it was before. I'm not sure. Let's have a look. It's been a while since I've done them. Oh, there's the last one here, and we caught a C-130 passing overhead. So this is how I do my sky watching, but I've got it set up better than I have previously, hopefully. I'm going to have to do some test runs. Sensitive than your ears, actually. Can actually pick up the sound. So normally what happens is I'm using a browser called VIV. How'd you say it? It comes up like this. I'll just bring it up now. What's it called? Vivaldi. I'm not sure if that's an artist's name or what, or scientist's name. But if I bring that up, I have it set up so my browser has 4 things running at the same time. And if I click on that first tab, it should open up 4 panels. So I can actually see what's in the sky above me. I think you can change the sizes too. Now, I have the flight paths here of all the planes on that one. I actually did buy a license, didn't I? Not sure how long I had it for. I thought I bought a year license, probably going to run out soon. Probably have to spend more money on it, but you can see there's a lot of planes in the sky now over New Zealand. What's all that garbage here though? Looks like it's putting ads on, so here's my subscription run out. So I normally zoom in where I am, which is around about here, and we can see planes approaching over my area, and we can record it with satellites. These ones were camera views, so That one here, I think, was the main camera, and that was the other camera I had, smartphone camera. So one camera was looking straight up, and one camera I had zoom control over it, which is not running. And I had all the 4 panels up recording on a live stream at the same time. So if we caught any object, we can rule out it being satellites flying overhead. And that's what's flying overhead at the moment, over us. And the sun is coming near the end of the day, so we must be getting near dinner time. What's the time now? 5 o'clock. Yeah, we've got daylight saving, so it probably doesn't get dark for a while. But yeah, you can see all the satellites flying around, right? But my camera wasn't detecting most of them. Mostly Starlink at the moment. Plus I got all these planes flying around. Oh. My CPU is clugging a bit now. Don't normally have side chats going at the same time as running all those screens at once. But what you could do is you could set up that browser on a laptop, on a tripod. You could record it at the same time you're outside recording if you want to, and do it that way. Or you could do it like me, remote control the cameras from inside the house and track it that way. But we found that you can't sort of, your human brain works out whereabouts stuff is very quickly, and you can aim the camera directly at it. Well, on a tripod we're sort of scanning, and it's very hard to follow like a plane even in the sky than it is to hold it yourself. But yeah, we're still playing around with it. But yeah, you need these 2 apps, you know. You need Heavens Above, and you need Flight Radar, and you need to buy a license to get rid of stupid ads. Something's happened there. So it looks like I've got some lot of chicken to do for the new setup once I get up and running. And then I got the other 4 screens that come up next, which has a look at other cameras. That's now looking at the other side of the house, because we could see planes coming up from the cell phone there. We also got the sky map here, but a static version without the satellites of the stars. And down here we got weather. Oh, the CPU's going crazy. We got an infrared map of over New Zealand, so you can see where the rain clouds coming, and you can see we've got a bit coming up, but it's at the bottom of the South Island at the moment. So it's a fair distance away from me yet, but it's probably coming up in a few days, probably, by the looks of it, or a day, unless it breaks apart. And then we got this one here, it's showing us where the moon is and what phases it is. So it's 47. So this is how I was doing the Skywatch. But I've got another way to do it now with the cameras. I'm going to use Team Viewer to connect to the compass. Oh yeah, that's right, one of them was compass. That's right, I forgot about that. So this one was the compass, so we could see which direction we're looking. And this was the actual remote control camera that was controlling. So I'm going to set all that up again. And we got the new phone camera set up. Got new cabling, new tripod. So you can see here I've got a snapshot of one of those screens that we just looked at. So I got the compass set up, except for I think this was upside down. but north was pointing in that direction, which was that direction. I think it's upside down. Yeah, that's right.
Will says, can you send me the number on a private message in Discord? He thinks Blue Chicken sent him the wrong pin.
No, I did send you. I sent you lots of messages and you haven't answered any of them. You got to add me as a friend. I'm not sure if he's listening or not. But yeah. So this is how I do it. So, but we got multiple cameras and I do it remotely. I'm not even outside. And we can see the compass bearing. We can see what's flying overhead in satellites and flying overhead in airplanes, and everything's all in one recorded view. And plus all these are right into SD cards as well, which then we can do FTP to and download the original quality, right? So we can have a lower quality here for the stream, but also we got the original files on the SD card. Hopefully it hasn't corrupted or anything, right? And then we can download it and then have a look through the images or videos. Get rid of that. Yeah, I think I did that at the end of the plane. Or was it on the next episode? I think I might have tacked it on. Oh, here we go. Is that the one? That's me controlling. So what I do is also I have separate windows of full screen instead of doing the 4 to get a better view of what we're looking at. So I'll switch in between. So documenting it as we go. We also could get the audio from the cameras, although it was out of sync. We could hear the jet engines or whatever. Yeah, I'm not sure if that was the C-130, was it? We've got no little images, which doesn't help. Jasper liked what we were doing here. He's the most one that showed up for those ones, because I did it late at night time too.
Hunting. Is it?
Yeah, everybody does their sky watching at night time, but doesn't mean that UFOs are not flying over your head in daytime. So yeah, you can see the quality I was getting from the camera. Even in the worst light condition, you can see the light was fading there. It's pretty good. Sony sensor in it, right? And you can see the sun's gradually going. And then we got the color night vision. And this is on the tripod that's just above the roof line. Although it has more of a red color into my camera. But yeah, where was the tripod? I showed that at the beginning, did I?
Chicken says the pin's not working, Paul.
Has to be. That's the one I gave him from the program. The pin number is 597 105060. And I've posted it to you there, so you can just read it straight off the screen on Discord. But you have to be on Discord. And why you can't see me, add as friend. Then you get full access to me. I'm not sure if you're getting my messages at all, but I'm sending them to you.
Try not working. He says try adding him as a friend in Discord so you can get the messages.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. Get that sorted first, and then you can communicate with me directly. Alright, it looks like he has. Okay, so he should be able to communicate pending. No, nothing's pending. Okay, let me just check. Is he online? Okay, he should be getting my messages now then. So what I reposted just in case you didn't get it. This is what the program told me. Now, I've got a feeling whether it needs a hash in front of it or not. Hash 59. Let me just have a look. Now, the other pin number we had was for the other room. And I have it listed here somewhere. Open lines. Let me just have a look. See how it's written on that one. Okay, so this is the other one where people can phone in. Doesn't have a hash on that one. But that's all I did, is I copied it off the other one. You're saying it's not working. But yeah, other people in the past had no problem. But that number won't work on this one because we're not using that one. Okay, but yeah, there's no hash on that. So I don't know why you can't dial in. That's the numbers that gave us, US and the number. And then that number I read out the pin. You're not replying back to me, so I'm not sure if you're getting the messages. I cut and paste it, so I can't get it wrong. Did I leave it open? No. Let me just check again. To join your meeting, dial one of these numbers and then enter the PIN. And it's 9 digits. Plus
Why doesn't
one.
he just jump it? Why doesn't he just jump in your Discord in a voice call so we can get his voice?
That means I have to patch it through another method, and I haven't got it set up.
Uh-oh.
I haven't tested it either for a while, so I'm not sure if it works. Alright, I was just trying to find... there's my tripod on the table, right? And it's just above...
Dark time.
Yeah, there's my camera with the smartphone at the very top with the compass. So I got a new phone.
Look at that tripod.
Yeah.
How tall is that tripod?
It's tall, mate. It's 5 meters.
How much did that cost, that tripod?
Oh, hundreds. Hundreds
oh
of
my
dollars
lord,
for
that's the tallest tripod I've ever seen.
Yeah,
I like it. I like it.
It's anchored down onto a table too.
You can see there's not any griff or wind though at the moment.
Does it move
Yeah,
in the
so
wind?
you can see the tripod here is anchored onto the heavy wooden table, so any gusts of wind or whatever, or birds crashing onto it, won't knock it off. But it's amazing how heavy that camera is, because it's a full-size camera with optical zoom, right?
I'm not too sure.
Yes, and I've got it upside down too, so it's off balance a wee bit. But anyway,
Maybe Wheels needs the app to use the phone feature of the Jitsu
Susan phoned in from America on it, and
on a browser.
It worked. Yeah. Oh, well, no.
Yo, do you guys hear me?
All
right. Gotta keep on
Hey,
trucking. Keep them 18 wheels rolling. Keep them 18 wheels rolling.
Guys?
Okay. What's
how you guys
happening?
doing?
G'day, Wheels. Good to finally meet you, mate. Nice to meet you, bro.
Yeah, we got
good to meet you
3
too,
images.
Sorry, I had to figure out that app thing. I had to download the app and all sorts of stuff. So, but we made it. We're good.
Yeah. So which one's meant to be me? You know,
I
these
don't
3.
know.
I thought something had gone on here.
Been waiting for like 4 hours. Been waiting 4 hours here for you.
I'm sorry about that. My kid, when I want her to go to bed early, she never does. So you know.
How do we change?
My apologies. My apologies, guys.
How do we change this now? But I mucked around with it. So that's got to be me. What's this one here? I don't know. That's got to be me. That's got to be fellow. So that's me, OTCO. That's what's your name anyway? Do we just call you 18 Wheels or what?
I usually go by Games, but you can call me Wheels. That's cool.
Oh yeah. So if you got your you call in by phone. How do we know it's by phone though?
What's that?
I see. It sort of blinks around the outside when someone talks.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit confusing when I got it like that. So that's him on the screen there. So whoever talks. So Gabbo, if you talk, does it switch to you?
Yeah. If I talk, it should switch to me.
No, that's me. It's got me here. So that's screwed up there. They've played around with it. Let's click on this. Here we go. That's better. Is it switching now? Okay, you talk, Gabbo.
What happens if I talk now? We've got Wheels here live in the studio.
Okay,
Wheels live in the studio with the Astro train. Glowing,
what's up?
Glowing train that was like brighter than a Christmas tree, flashing lights. But
I love
it. I love the
thing,
video. It's a cool video. And you got someone else.
Thank you. I love your enthusiasm when you saw it. Or when you saw the triangle one, I loved your enthusiasm. The train one is a whole new thing. I've been around aeronautics my whole life, and my uncle, he was a pilot for the what do you call it, for Northwest and all that stuff, and my grandfather built model airplanes and stuff like that, and whatever this thing was, it had no wings. It looked like a freight train sitting on top of a flat solid light bar that was rectangle in shape, and then it had the square black. I don't know if they were windows, but it had little black squares inside the light itself.
Yep.
And as it was flying past me, I could actually see a smoke or fog or some sort of mist being projected outside the craft around the whole body of it. And it was like plowing. It looked like it was plowing through fog. But as it got right in front of me, I could actually see the smoke being poured out from the top, the front, the sides. It was like spraying this fog in front of itself so it would drive through it. You know what I mean? It was just insane.
Was it a foggy night? Was there like fog or mist around you?
No, it was crystal clear. In the video, in the video as it's coming, you know, from the left to the right, you can actually see the stars in the sky and all that stuff.
Yep.
Maybe
Maybe he was spraying a gas. Maybe he was spraying some sort of a gas doing something.
Right. I think that's how it was. There was some sort of its own propulsion or something. Maybe it was riding its own, you know, wave of whatever that was.
Interesting.
But like that one video that you were starting to show, it showed that scientist or whatever talking about that kind of propulsion, where if you took the object and then shot out something around the craft, that it would fly. That's exactly how it was working. But he couldn't explain it. And then the other scientist, you know, that works at Skinwalker Ranch, he was explaining that same type of theory, but he couldn't understand how that worked either. But with that, with me seeing it, I saw it being, you know, I saw that application being applied where, you know, I can't explain it. I'm not a scientist or anything, but if you have two guys that are scientists on there, they understand the theory of it, how it could happen, but they don't know how it happens. I mean, that's something right there. You know what I mean?
Maybe it has something to do. Maybe it has something to do with the propulsion system of the craft, or maybe they were just spraying gas, like a crop duster sprays pesticides on plants.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of like, for a good analogy of it, it's basically like if you take a pressure washer, right? And you have the nozzle and it sprays out, spray it in front of yourself and then walk through the mist.
That sounds
exactly
like the ghost
what it was
rocket I was
like.
talking about, though. Did you see the ghost rocket I was
Yeah,
presenting?
but-
Or were you trying to figure out the app?
Yeah, I saw that, but this thing, I mean, it was totally square. It didn't look like a rocket. It looked like a freight train car. You know, it was totally flat. The only curves on it was where the sides came down, and it would curve outwards.
So you're
to the
saying
light.
that the tear shape we're getting is actually part of the mist that was forming around it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the tear shape that it looks like it's kind of bigger in the front,
Okay,
but smaller in the back.
Maybe draw a picture.
Sure.
And explain it better. Let's see.
Yeah, the thing is the light is actually so bright. You can't, with the camera, it can't see past the light because that's drawing out everything, and then you can't see the top structure to it.
So you're saying it was like a rectangle like that?
Let me see. Yeah.
And did it have a row of lights,
What's that?
windows in the? Did you say it had a row of windows in the middle like that?
Well, they're spaced out apart. I know. I can put in I think I can do it.
Yeah, I know.
I've
just drawn it long here, but yeah, you're saying that's like individual rectangles or squares.
Right. Yeah, like little tiny squares.
Unfortunately, what happened there? Let me just.
Yeah, that's back. A lot like it, but if you just segment
were they squares like that?
Yeah. Yep.
So you just had a whole
so
row
that was
of those.
Just like five of those little squares across the light, right in the center, just like that. And then on top of the light, you had another structure that was like a big, freight train car looking thing.
Right above it.
Above the light. And it looked like totally the most unconventional aircraft you've ever seen in your life. It was basically, the way to describe it, you've seen the Mandalorian airship, right? On Star Wars? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I've seen the show, but I'm just trying to picture what you're trying... like the strange shaped craft
like
he's got with a long nose on it.
Yeah. Right. Now, if you take that thing, flip it upside down, and then take the wings off of it, that's pretty much the shape of what it was. I mean, it looked like a big brick flying in the sky, honestly.
Oh yeah, let's just get a picture of the Mandalorian.
Because I have let's see here.
How do we spell it though? Mandalorian? I don't know.
I know I have a drawing of it in that one video.
Oh, here we go.
The Astro Train and More video. There's a drawing of what I saw in there.
Let's see. Have you got a picture of his ship? Where's his ship? Okay, we might have to put in the ship.
I'd type in airship or something. But the top part of it was like a stainless steel looking, and then it had these black lines like paneling.
Not this one.
Along the side.
That's his old ship in the first part, wasn't it?
Yeah, that one.
The new ship.
The first one.
Which one? That one?
Yeah, the first ship. Now, if you flip it upside down, take the wings off of it,
right,
it looks similar to that. Like just the side, the side of it.
I thought you maybe talking about his new ship. Where's his new ship? That's
no,
really
not
Flash.
The new one, the old one.
Is that the Flash one? Oh no. They're saying it says
new
ship. That's not a new ship. Yeah, the new one too. Oh, here it is. Here, this one here.
Yeah, that's the new one.
And he flies. The wings are at the front. Looks like one of those land. It looks like a land speeder, doesn't it? But anyway, that's what.
But yeah, thing. What's that?
Yeah. So basically, looking at that, there's a drawing of it here, flipped upside down. It kind of looks like a helicopter in a way, doesn't it?
Well, this didn't at all. I mean, it was huge. It was probably the length of two 747s.
Okay, so let's see. You're saying
nose to tail.
Let's see if I got this right. You got a rectangle with 5 square lights, roughly drew it in. But you said above it looked like the Mandalorian thing on top of it. So you're saying there was something else above that didn't show up?
Yeah, above the light, there's a right.
Like that, which looked like the Mandalorian ship. And then you're saying
taller. The light was small, so that. Yeah, the light was actually the smallest part of the thing. The structure on top was huge.
But that's not what we're seeing on camera, though. And you're saying...
Right, exactly.
We only looked at one frame there. We'd have to look at every single frame to try and see.
No, he's talking about the Astro Train. He's talking about the Astro Train one, right? Is that right? The Astro Train?
Yep. So the top structure would actually be, I'd say, 3/4 taller than the light structure.
So that would go around and form that pear-shapedness that we're getting like that, right?
Yeah, so basically when you see the light in the video, you see that haze around it. The haze is actually that fog that's being dispersed around it. And I think what's happening here is the light is actually reflecting off of the haze. So it looks like a big tube, but that's not what it is. It's... That's why I call it the Astro Train, because Astro Train in Transformers was a Decepticon, and basically this thing, when it shows up on camera, it's like a Decepticon where it's deceptive. You don't know what it is unless you're looking at it with your own eyes.
Yeah.
So it's very confusing looking at it, through the camera, because I've found hundreds of these things in different videos, and they match identical to whatever I captured. And every single video is the same thing. It's always the same long-looking tube with the little deal on the back. It looks like a little ring or whatever, a little shadow. Excuse me. And that Aceti Ranch video, just after the middle marker, it gets so far, and then the guy says, "It looks like it has a second structure to it." And that's exactly what I saw. And he actually recorded that after, 9 days after I recorded mine.
Right. Well...
Because I even had the drawing done before he recorded that.
Yeah. It's a shame it doesn't show it in video, though, what you're describing.
I know, that's why I grabbed the cell phone. That's why I grabbed the cell phone camera, because I couldn't believe what I was looking at, and then I got mad that the camera didn't record it. So I switched cameras, not realizing... What's that?
That one did look like it had letters rotating, but it could have been like the windows. Yes. Let's go back to it and have a look.
That was the gas being, as the thing was traveling through, the gas and stuff was like swirling around that light. And with the black squares and the mist rolling around, it looks like it's twisting and bending and all sorts of weird stuff. Like if you really zoom into it and slow it down, it looks like that. It looks like it's twisting or something, but it's not. It's just how the light's hitting it.
Okay, let's
but even in the psionics footage, you can see in the back, you can see it fluttering in the back, and that's that steam or whatever the hell it is. It's really bizarre, dude. It's you know what I mean?
Yeah.
See, even right there, there's one frame in here where you can actually see the black squares. And then I've found a whole bunch of other videos where they captured the same thing. Yeah, right there. You can see the squares popping out.
That's the black square.
And I found a few other videos that actually have those same squares on the side, and it's the same number. It's like 5 squares.
But I'm not seeing anything big at the top, like you're describing, like a train on top of it.
Right. No, I know. That's what's weird about it, is because I think because the light's so bright and that it's reflecting the light with that fog, it's actually making the top part invisible. But you can see it with your eyes. If you actually see it in person, you can see it clear as day. But for some reason, every video I've found, and it's been over 100 videos now, it all looks the same, like exactly the same.
Camera's not picking it up.
Right. The cameras do not pick it up. That's the whole point. But I mean, I know what I was looking at, but I have no idea what the hell it was.
Okay.
It's one of those things where I couldn't tell you. I mean,
it does look like 5 squares. I must admit, it looks like 5 segments here, like the windows 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Right. But I can tell you this: it was not making a single sound. There was nothing coming out of it. It's totally stealthy, except for looking through the IR camera. It looked purple, and I was thinking, if it's ours, why would it stand out like a big lightsaber in the sky, for one? For two, you can see that thing, miles away.
Yeah.
And then 3, if we have that kind of technology, why the heck are we using rockets? Because obviously that thing was not rocket propelled.
They have said they've got these stealth blimps, which are like 5 stories high and quite massive.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. We
but
got no scale of this one.
It was totally square. It was not round at all. It was totally
but
flat.
It does have that V shape to it, though, and this is quite interesting. I just wonder if you're just capturing stealth blimps. Let's see. We had it on the other episode. Can you remember what it's called now? What's it? Lockheed? Martin? Stealth. Well, they didn't actually call it stealth blimps. They called it
but if it were a stealth blimp, you wouldn't think it would have a huge ass light bar on the side of it, though, would you? I mean, like, it was making itself known. It was right there. Plus, it had that smoke around it. I mean, it's anything that the military has. If it's stealth, they don't want us to see it.
What you're saying could be the black windows could actually be vents with the gas coming out, right? Unless you saw people walk.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, they were totally black. I couldn't see through them, but I could see them. But I mean, I had to squint my eyes. The light was so bright that I had to squint my eyes to actually make out the little squares.
What we need is not your location of your house, but just a rough overhead of it, and see where all the Air Force bases, and see if it was heading in the right direction to the Air Force bases.
Yeah, it wasn't. I don't have any like real Air Force bases around here. We have like the main airport probably. We have the main airport probably 35, 40 minutes away from here, and it was traveling in a different direction than that.
But you have a look at this one here. Airship float out push to 2019. So it looks like what you're describing, a sky train. Look, it's an airship. And that goes underneath the bigger thing overhead, right? So that would explain your thing. So we got like a big blimp.
But it does.
Thing.
It's missing the light bar on the bottom. Plus that's round. This thing is square.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean this is the only design. That's what I'm saying. It does fit that. It looks like that cabin that's underneath a bigger piece up top here, which we've drawn wrong. But you reckon it's quite bigger above, right? Make it blue.
Oh yeah, it was way bigger than that. Like I said, it was the size of the length of two, passenger jets.
So what I'm saying, it looks very much similar design to Lockheed Martin airship.
Yeah, but they wouldn't be here in Minnesota.
Yeah, but they use them in military applications for transporting troops up to what they call what was that called? The cloud base. They got this big floating base up and 100 miles up, and they just fly up supplies and men, and also carry obviously jets and stuff underneath the blimp as well. But yeah, someone said they've been mucking around that since the 1940s.
But again, they wouldn't advertise it flying overhead, though. Plus, it wouldn't be traveling in a straight line. It wasn't going up at all.
Maybe they don't care, because this information has been out since 2019 now. So maybe they don't care if people see it because it's been documented, right? But I'm just trying to find the other one, which is a big V shape they had. So you can see how big these things get, you know. There's another design. That's a prototype, which is also silver on top and really white underneath. Looks like a big wow in the sky, doesn't it? Blimp, boom. But they're really airships, I think. They've got
but it was lit up though. I mean, I don't think you understand. There was a big light on the bottom.
Yeah.
Like you can't miss it.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, there's no way we can tell whether that's Black Ops or aliens, and
yeah, I'm just telling you what I saw, and I just want to know what the heck it was. That's all.
They are.
I'm not claiming to know what it is. Like I'm not claiming to know what it is. I know what I saw, but I don't know what it is. I just I know that it's been seen all over the world. You know, it's not just that. I mean, like I said, I've found hundreds of these things, and they all look the same.
It's funny how I can never find
they've been in Germany and all sorts of different, just not in the U.S. alone. It's been all over the world.
See, here's an example of the mist going around a F-22, right? So it would be like that, and if you got lights on it, it's going to light up that cloud.
Yeah, but that only happens for 2 seconds though, when they bank really hard. This was going super slow. I mean, it was going to me it looked like it was going about 35 miles an hour. That you wouldn't get that fog or mist off of that going that slow.
No, but if it's going to a cloud bank, that's what I'm saying. It might not be generated by the ship itself. It might be just a cloud bank that's gone into and illuminated, which you didn't see on camera. But
no, you would have seen it on that camera. The IR camera, you see every single cloud. I don't know.
What do we call blimp? I'll just try blimp. Try that one. I'm just trying to find that triangle thing again, but I'm just not finding the right keywords. Finding that one, and the radar blimp ones, which are shaped like that, with a big radar underneath. What else we got? Anything? Yeah, I can't remember what the keywords I used to find it. I found it by pure accident one day, and then later on, Twitter and everyone else was talking about it many months after I had already found it. And I thought, bingo. Let's see. I'll just type in stealth then. Stealth blimps. It might come up on that. And
what do you think,
Amber?
Me?
What are your thoughts?
In some frames of the video, I can see like rectangle train shape in some of the frames, and I think it's sort of rectangle because it's the same shape that I keep seeing every couple of sort of frames.
See this here?
I'm guessing that's what its sort of shape looks like, and your eyewitness when you saw it with your eyes.
Yeah.
You also say like that was the rectangle train shape. That's why you call it an astro train.
See here? I'm tending this is from a 19 on the screen here. This is from a 1940s book on lighter than air craft that the military were working on, and you see here it's very TR3B shape, but we're talking about a massive object here like Phoenix Lights, right? Which has a row of lights underneath and on the side. And it's actually like 5 stories high, and that was in a book, that someone found, talking about lighter than airship designs that they were working on, and if they've been doing that since the 40s, then what have they got now? And they're not going to be using propellers.
That's what they were working on in the 40s. What they made in the 50s and 60s would be amazing.
Yeah, it's almost like the Thunderbirds, these things. Look at this thing here. That looks like an upside down version of what you're saying. Lighter than air Force wired. See, that's something new. I haven't seen that before. Look at that weird thing.
It's still different.
Yeah, but this is what they're mucking around with, though. This is obviously a prototype rendering. But this makes you wonder, are you seeing some of these things that maybe they're experimenting with, heading off to its hangar?
Well, the light round. Yeah, they're too round and too thick in the middle. The light was thinner, much thinner in the middle.
Yeah, but they got one shaped like the Phoenix Lights, right? I just can't find an image of one.
Again, the light in the video doesn't represent what the witnesses saw with their eyes. We're not seeing the same thing.
There's another one that's shaped like a bullet, but it's going which direction? That way. So you just don't know what they're mucking around with, what shapes.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but I know for a fact that it looked metallic, like a stainless steel, because it was shiny. It was real shiny, but it was kind of like it had black specks in it, like it looked old.
Yeah.
And it had the vertical black lines above that light, like paneling. But I didn't see any rivets or anything like that on the sections.
Yeah.
And when it was traveling, it honestly looked like it was coming from a black hole, because the back of it, you couldn't. It was all black, like it blacked out everything behind it.
Right. Well, all we can do is hope for better camera technology of up to 8,000 pixels, maybe, and instead of 720.
Well, I hope. Like I hope to see it again. I want to get more cameras on it.
Yeah, maybe it'll capture it again. But it looks like I've been given the word that dinner is ready here. So we began, almost 6 hours, have we? Yeah, almost 6 hour show today. So 5.5 hours or whatever. So
well,
unfortunately,
if you do another show like tomorrow night, I can probably hop on it.
Normally,
we'll see.
Normally I need a wee bit of break in between shows, but
okay.
Yeah,
fair enough.
We could arrange another time for you to come on if you want to talk more about it.
Thanks for coming on and sharing your video and your sighting, what you saw. We appreciate that. It's very interesting.
Yeah.
I find it a very interesting story.
Well, thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate it.
We could talk about we could talk about the first one, which was like a 3-bladed boomerang, next time. But yeah, see what you can put together, and we'll arrange another show and interview. Now you know how to come on. Are you using the app now, or did you do the PIN number?
I had to. Honestly, I got it to work. It's all that matters. I think.
Okay.
I know I downloaded the app, and then I think after you friended me or whatever, I think then that's when it worked.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, I'm going to have to wrap up now. So yeah, we'll talk again in future then. And now we got that sorted. You know, once you've done it once, it's easy to reconnect next time. And yeah, you don't have to be, as you're seeing, you don't have to be on camera. And the quality is really good, you know. None of those dropouts and type sounds that you get with all these other chat pro. This is JWST, by the way. It's encrypted peer-to-peer. It's using the new peer-to-peer technology where the government can't sneak in the middle and actually record what you're saying and all that sort of business. So, yeah. And it runs nice and smooth, because what happens is the more people you have on the call, they're all sharing chunks of each other's video and voice amongst each other across the world. Using peer-to-peer technology, right? And it doesn't have a main server in the middle which gets overloaded and falls over or whatever. And of course the CIA can't plug into it, right? Because everybody's coming through all these random packets, and it's been reassembled by our software that's running in the browser. But anyway, I better get going, else I'll get yelled at.
Alright, well thanks for having me on again, guys.
Yeah, it's been an interesting show. It's been a lot of delays and whatnot, but that's, you know, live shows a bit like that.
We got there in the end.
Yeah, I had a live show that went on for 8 hours, believe it or not. And we had like 10 people jump into the voice chat at the end. So, you know, it's this can handle that as well. Anyway, I'm just going to shut you guys down now and say goodnight, and take care on the road, of course.
See you, Paul.
Yeah. Okay, see you guys.
Again. Nice to meet you, Wheels. See you, buddy.
Paul.
Yeah, you two can still talk on. Both of you can keep on talking if you want to. I'll just close down mine and I'll drop out, but you still can talk to each other, I think. I'll just do that, just make sure it works, and see if you can talk to each other. Alright, so that's that closed down, and I'll say goodbye. And say goodnight, and better get going. Thanks for all that showed up. I know I didn't get any donations again, but you know, this is a real UFO channel, and it makes it more believable if you don't get donations, I guess. I don't know. I think we're just a different type of people here. We all got our own problems, pay problems and all that, and we're not like all teenagers that believe everything they see on screen, like Tyler's lot that got lots of free cash burning that they can throw away at him and make him a millionaire. But we got the older generation that's a bit more wise to all that crap, and we're looking for the real answers. So we're a way different UFO channel than all the others that want in 10-minute sections, and obviously you can't do that if you're interviewing people and looking over videos together. But anyway, better wrap up with my end credits here and dash. And also take probably ages for Google to process this, because they got to look for all the copyright claims in it, I guess. There we go. I think we had like 10 people waiting at once, so everybody was waiting for the interview. So maybe the next one will be a bit better organised. And if we can get a time slot where you're free, of course. There we go. I won't wait for the full end of the credits here, because it's long enough already. What is it? 5 hours 39. Good night, guys.